Testing, 1, 2, 3, guys. Testing, 1, 2, 3. We got some new technology here today. Things are gonna be, yeah. We got some new toys to play with, guys. Getting things ready for Nicole for when she gets out. Let me double check that this shit's working, guys. Let me double check everything's working. Make sure our sound levels are good. Make sure everything's good. This may not be the longest stream ever tonight, guys, but we're gonna do some stuff tonight. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Getting things ready for Nicole for when she... All right. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Gets out. Let me double check that this shit's working, guys. Let me double check everything's working. Make sure our sound... All right, guys, hold on. Stand by, guys. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Let me double check that this shit's working. Okay. I was making sure I hear myself, you know. All right, guys. So I want to thank you guys for making this possible. Because now, I don't know if you guys are seeing this. I can stand up now because I can adjust the desk. That is as high as it goes. Anyways, so I got an adjustable desk now, and so I guess at any point in time I could have always put the camera on this big Ethan Allen set thing. I guess at any time I could have did that, but I guess never occurred to me that I could do that. But I got a stand-up desk now. Still working out the kinks of my setup here. Maybe I'll put this on top of the monitor like I used to. I don't know. I haven't really worked out all the kinks of this new setup yet, guys. I haven't really figured it out. But I'm going to be doing some more standing, you know. Standing is good, you know. I sit down too much. So the stand-up desk is good because let me make sure I'm just at eye level because it just makes for a better stream. Here, I got some binoculars right here. Maybe I'll put the camera on top of these binoculars. Maybe that will work. Oh, that's kind of working. Kind of, sort of, right? That's not too bad. You know? So my screens are over here, so I got to be kind of careful. Like, I want to make eye contact with you guys, but also, you know, because I know it makes for a better stream. You know, if I make eye contact with the audience, but it's kind of hard to get this perfect, you know? It's not, it's a work in progress, guys, you know? So, it's a work in progress. How's everybody doing anyway? We got some people here tonight. I know you guys see this other camera over here. So, this other camera, I know you guys see it. We're about to do some stuff. I'm about to kind of walk around and shit, you know? You guys are going to see how fat I've gotten. Oh my God. It's all right though. I can still fight. You know. But I'm gonna be doing some things today. I'm gonna be maybe pacing back and forth in front of the camera. You know. It's gonna be probably a more engaging stream. You know. I feel better when I can stand up and when I can really. Yeah, I just feel better. You know. Let me get rid of this chair. Let me get rid of this chair, guys. Let me get this chair out of the way. We don't need no chairs here. Fucking chair. Alright. Yeah, so I got room now. I could really walk around, you know. We got somebody in the chat says, I need a GF. You need a girlfriend? I mean, I can tell you guys about, listen, I can tell you guys about how to write female inmates. I can tell you about how to do that. I'd be more than happy to tell you guys how to write female inmates. Um, but this is just like a tool, right? It's not like the end all be all. You have to have a plan, right? So if you write female inmates, you got to have a place they can come home to when they get released. Now, if you're in college, right? Let's say you're in college, and let's say you're kind of like a loner, but you're in college, and you have your career course kind of plotted out, right? And you know that you'll probably be making good money 5, 6 years from now. You could start writing a female inmate that gets out 5 or 6 years from now. You get what I'm saying? So you have an unlimited time. And I was talking to one of my friends about this. Here's another thing, right? So all the dating coach advice for the real world is different for female inmates, right? So if you're the type of person that wants to write big giant paragraphs and shit, then writing female inmates is great because they're going to read the whole freaking thing and they're really going to appreciate that because that's it's just different culture in there. It's not Tinder, it's not fucking Snapchat, it's not any of that shit. It's a much different culture in there, guys. It's a much different culture in there. It's not fucking Tinder. It's not fucking Snapchat. It's you get on the Securus app and you write them. Yeah, you get on the Securus app, and you write them. Hold on one second. I'm gonna show you guys. You know, hold on one second. Chelsea wants somebody to come home to. I offered her, hey, I'll hook you up with somebody. She's asking, is the offer still on the table? That's what this is here. You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm gonna show you guys. I'm blocked. The message is blocked. She asks, is the offer still on the table? And the offer was like, let me show you guys something. Let me show you guys how many female inmates I have. Look at all these contacts. It's a lot of contacts, bro. Look at that. I mean, look at it. And I don't even think it's showing all of them. I think it's glitching out. Let me go to my actual contacts. Look, I got more than 14 pages of contacts. I want you guys to look at that. Look at where my mouse cursor is. I'll make the screen bigger. I'll hit control and then I'll use the scroll bar. I'll make the page huge for you guys. Just to make it as I got 14 pages of contacts of female inmates. Okay? I've got so many female inmate contacts. It's not even funny, right? Now, I'm not even gonna lie to you. My girlfriend gets out the beginning of August. She's gonna be out August 3rd. I got two girlfriends. I believe I worship Odin. I believe in polygamy. My other girl gets out 2027, right? Here's the deal. I'm gonna tell you guys 100%. By the way, let me plug my own fucking shirt. You guys see the shirt I'm wearing? I got the futuristic "Don't Tread on Me." I got that on the sleeves, and I got the laser "Come and Take It." This is one of the shirts I sell. But let me tell you guys, like, I could have. Do you know how often I have girls call me when they get out of prison? Because I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Global Talent costs money. So when these girls call me from prison, it's very rare that I hit zero for somebody other than Desiree or Nicole, right? Very rare. Even Desiree gets pissed off because I don't want to talk to her 10 times a day. That'd be too expensive. Desiree gets pissed off at me about that. But that shit's too expensive. I'd be spending $30 a day. Like, just, she'd be calling me back to back. And it's like $3 per call for like 30-minute calls, right? And so, like, I don't talk to all these girls on the phone. I'll talk to some of them on the Securus app, but even the stamps cost money. So I can't write every single one of these girls that's always constantly writing me. You know what I mean? Sometimes what I'll do is I'll write like 20 different messages to Desiree, basically, and she'll forward all of them to her friends. Or I'll get on the phone with Desiree or Nicole. Hey, tell this girl I said that. Tell this girl I said that. Tell Alyssa I said hi. Tell Chelsea I said hi. Tell Brittany I said hi. And they'll be like, which Brittany? Oh, yeah, that's right. I have 3 different Brittany's on here. I know 3 girls named Brittany. I know like 2 named Brandy. I know like I'm serious, bro. Like I know so many girls that are in prison. It's not even funny. I probably know 5 Ashleys. You know what I mean? This one girl, she's an older lady, Julie Garcia. She like I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Any weird fucking sexual fantasy I have, I could fulfill it if I wanted to. I don't think like that. I don't have that. I don't have a Jeffrey Epstein brain. I'm just not sitting around thinking about, oh man, I want 4 girls in my house at the same time. That sounds like an annoyance to me, to be honest with you. And it's not because I'm some kind of Chad. It's not because I'm some kind of badass. It's just like I'm well known among the female inmates. That's all. I'm just well known among them because back in the day when I was part of Republic of Florida militia, we had female inmates that used to get arrested, or we had female ROF members that used to get arrested and they went to prison, and we used to send ROF propaganda into the prison, right? And so this ROF propaganda that went into the prison, it used to be like, basically, I could show you guys. There was this thing called the secessionist prisoners unit, right? And like I was in all the propaganda because I used to be a high-ranking member of ROF, right? And so basically, they would read all this literature about me, and I became kind of famous in the women's prison because there was a program we had in Republic of Florida militia where we were recruiting female inmates from when they got out. That's why. I mean, you guys know that. You guys know that. I know you guys. Hold on. I mean, for those that have been watching for a long period of time, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Women were getting out of prison and joining ROF. So it was just kind of like that's what was happening. Sorry, we disconnected slightly for a second, but like I said, this is just kind of like known. Republic of Florida militia had lots of women involved. You know what I'm saying? This is just kind of known, bro. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, I mean, I mean, what do you want me to say? We had a lot of female members, and this is why we had a lot of female. I mean, I can't even put them all. I can't even put them all on the screen. I can't even fit all of them on the screen, guys. I have so many pictures. I mean, I mean, it's just a fact, and this is how we were recruiting so many women, bro. We all had girlfriends when I was in ROF, bro. Here's a girl. I signed this girl's name. This girl wanted me to sign my name on her leg. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah. I mean, I just hold on one second, guys. I got more pictures. That's another thing. I got a million of these pictures. Some of them are not YouTube friendly, but anyways, I know you guys know. I know you guys know. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like we don't have to go into that because you guys already know. Okay, so let me just X all of these out. For those that have just seen this for the first time, let me just X all this out. I was just doing this for the benefit of people that are new here. People that are new here might be a little bit confused. People that are not new here are like, Jared, you're preaching to the choir. You know what I mean? So, anyway, it's good to be standing up instead of sitting down. I know you guys would probably rather I sit down. And we might do that later tonight. We might get this thing back. We might get this thing back down. We might put this desk back down in a minute. But I got this new desk, guys. I got this new desk, this standing desk, and it makes it easier to clean stuff. Guys, I tell you what, we're gonna go, into the fucking kitchen real quick, okay? Don't mind the mess. It's a bit of a fucking mess right now. We're gonna go into the kitchen. It's a bit of a fucking mess. There's Sammy. There's Sammy Hammy. This is one of the mugs I sell. All right. So what I'm gonna do is we're getting, this thing's been soaking. I think it's good enough. I'm gonna make me a shake. I'm gonna make a fucking something relatively healthy, maybe, kind of, sort of. Let's see. I got my fruit still. Yeah, I got my strawberries here. You guys getting this? Let me make sure you guys are getting this. Okay. You guys are getting this. All right, so we're gonna make some fucking some Jarab juice. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second, guys. We're gonna make some Jarab juice. Let me get my trauma shears. Let me just use the completely wrong tool for the job. Nah, it'll get the job done. Hold on, guys. All right, so we got the Monster Energy drink. We cut this bag of strawberries open with the trauma shears, like somebody just got shot or something. All right, check it out, guys. Watch this. I'm gonna put all these strawberries in there. It's strawberries and blackberries, all right? And we'll take this Monster Energy drink, and we're gonna pour it in there. Boom. And I make these all the time, guys. All the time I make these. Something not very healthy, but not the least healthy thing ever. And at least I'm mixing something healthy with the energy drink, And it's kind of a compromise, Oh no. It's stuck. All right, so guys, here's what we need to do. It's stuck, so we're gonna get this out. We're gonna get some of this orange cream fizzy water. Orange cream fizzy water to the rescue. Take a little bit of that. God forbid we put actual water into this thing. Absolutely not. We're not doing that. We're not gonna put real water into this thing. My God. You kidding me? You think I'm gonna put just plain water in there to help break that up? Hell no. Alright, there we go. That's enough. That's enough fizzy water. Alright. Alright. Now we hit it again. Yeah! Alright, we're good. We're good, guys. The deed has been done. The deed has been done. We are back. We are back, guys. Absolutely back in the studio, back in my office. We got our bird identification chart up here. If you like birds or whatever, we're doing some bird shit. I'm gonna go bird watching late at night. Not really. Hold on one second, guys. All right. So I'm going to let me bring the desk down a little bit. I'm gonna get back in the chair. I'll get back in the chair. That's what you guys want. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna drink straight out of this thing. Hope you guys don't mind. So, I'm looking at the chat. What's going on, chat? What's going on, Supersburg? Observador. I am the one. What's going on, I am the one? Vuzanex. Oh, you changed your thumbnail. I didn't recognize you there. Vuzanex changed his thumbnail. So let me just be clear, Angelo. So this is the cheat code to life right here. Okay. So all I'm saying, and I found this out because I've been there, done that. I've been around, right? So when you go on Tinder, you have it to where you are competing for the attention of these women, and there's a bunch of other men. You're competing against all these men, right? So when you write female inmates, you have very little, if any, competitors. You barely have any. You don't really have any competitors. You don't really have any of that bullshit going on. You just have, like, you're just doing you. You know what I mean? And not that many men write female inmates. I'm telling you guys right now, not that many men write female inmates, and so it's really the perfect um it's really the perfect deal you got there if you write female inmates. Yeah, it's always sad when animals pass away. I remember I was really sad when my grandparents, they had a cat named Alfie, and I was fucked up about Alfie, and then my dog passed away earlier this year, but we got Sammy now. We got several dogs here. Right now, my mom is babysitting some of my dogs, so I got one dog right now, which is great. It's great just having one dog. When I have several dogs here, it gets a bit hectic here. And let me put it this way, man. Those contractor hats that I like to wear with the Florida flag patches on them. Yeah, I used to own about 20 of those, and now I own maybe 8 of them. You know, yeah, they all got chewed up. Like dogs love chewing on hats and they love chewing on socks. It is what it is. At least they don't chew on my electrical wires. They know not to do that. It is what it is. Here, I know you guys want me to be a civilized person. I'm going to be civilized. I'm going to be civilized, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to promote my merchandise. Check it out. I got a coffee cup. Oh, I just spilled some on myself. See, that's what I get for trying to be civilized. I end up spilling the shit. Anyways, yeah, so that's that. I'm going to be drinking this out of the coffee cup, and I'll put the rest of this crap back in the fridge. It's dripping off there. Hold on, guys. Oh, the cost of being civilized. It sucks. It sucks being civilized. It's more efficient. Okay, we're not doing that no more, guys. Next time, I'm just going to keep drinking out the mixer. That's what we're going to do next time. We just made a bit of a mess. See, I was just doing the normie thing. I was going to be like a normie, and I was going to do the socially acceptable thing and put this shit into a look. I get fucked every time trying to be normal. You see what just happened? Every time I get fucked trying to be normal. Caspos, what's going on, man? I'm not ignoring you. What's going on, man? I'm not ignoring anybody in the chat. I apologize if anybody thinks I'm ignoring them. If ever you think I'm ignoring you, just just spam me if you have to. If I don't answer a question, it's probably because I didn't catch it, because I get on tangents. So if you ever think I'm ignoring you, I'm not. I don't fucking ignore people. I don't do that, okay? So, um, I apologize if anybody ever thinks I'm ignoring them. I don't do that. And I really don't have an excuse. It's not like the chat moves super quick. It's not like I got a million people in the chat. So I really don't have an excuse. Thank you, Caspos. Caspos. Volven. Guys, please tell everybody on Discord. Tell everybody on Discord, Telegram. Please tell everybody that I'm live. I'm about to post the link right here. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. I forgot to do that before. I should have did that right away. Am I muted? I forgot to do that before. No, I hear myself. Yeah, I'm muted. I'm not muted. I hear myself on the thing here. So, Saskatoon berries? What is that? I know over here we got beauty berries. Eric, what's going on, man? Eric, Caspos, Voven, Observador, Chauncey Bilsup. Who else we got? I'm doing roll call. Angelo, Super Spurg. What's going on, everybody? All T users got doxxed last night by 4chan. What happened with that? Me and 4chan go way back, guys. You have no idea. Me and 4chan, I was on 4chan back in the Church of Scientology time, when we were fucking with Church of Scientology and doing all that, and when Stop Calling Me a Homo and Jesse Slaughter and like just everything, like all that shit. Long cat is long, shoop de whoop. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. All that shit. I used to be on B, and then I migrated over to Pole when I was like 18. At least I think I was 18. Old database not password protected. So what is T exactly? Can somebody remind me what that is? I know it's an app, but what does it do exactly? Because I don't use it. I mean, I don't really listen, bro. I don't think we should be talking about compromised user data on the YouTube chat. Yeah, I know about Golden Dawn. They were a political party in Greece. I think they had seats in the government there. Is Golden Dawn even a thing anymore? Like, I know, Matthew Heimbach. He traveled to Greece and he actually met with them back when I used to hang out with Matthew Heimbach and all them. Oh, T is an app for women to gossip on. Oh, that's why you want the user data. I get it. Yeah, okay, I get it. But I'm telling you, listen, a much better use of your time is writing female inmates, right? Because writing female inmates is like nothing else I've ever done. And every other space that I've ever went, I had to put maximum effort for a woman to pay any attention to me, right? Whereas like on this app right here, like I'm not gonna say no woman has ever pursued me aggressively either, but that's kind of rare, you know what I mean? Whereas like on here, that's the rule. It's not the exception. Like every woman is like trying to holler at you. Once you're talking to one or two female inmates, one thing is they'll try to keep you all to themselves. But once you've talked to like three or four, like, and they can't contain it, um, I have dealt with them. They run a scam for commissary money. I mean, I don't send them commissary. You know, I mean, like, I've helped them do certain things that didn't cost me any money. Certain things yeah, I've helped. But see, I don't even help every single one. I look for the high-ranking ones. The high-ranking ones, like, are the ones that I'm actually like involved with. The high-ranking female inmates that know everybody in there, that knows what's going on. Like, and when I say high-ranking, they have gangs in there, but the structure of how life is organized in there in a women's prison is a lot different than a men's prison. So, what's going on, Francisco? Uh, but yeah, I mean, like, just don't send them any money. I cut a girl off if she starts asking me for canteen money right away. I mean, I sent Nicole canteen money, but she's literally my fucking girlfriend. She's coming home to me. Her classification officer called me, and she's getting a bus ticket to Tallahassee. So, I mean, that's different. But, yeah, I mean, if these girls ask you for canteen, you just tell them no, and you cut that one off. Like, yeah, the girl that's magically just asking you for canteen money out of nowhere, you cut her off immediately. Absolutely. You know? Hold on one second, guys. Hey, Sammy. Sammy? Come here. Come here. Sammy, come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come in here. Come on, get down. Come on. No, this way. This way, Sammy. Come on. She's going to be a guest. Sammy's going to be a guest on the show. Tonight's guest. Tonight's guest is Sammy. Here. We got the Sammy cam. We got Sammy cam over here. So she's a guest on tonight's show, and there you go. So we have me over here, and we have Sammy over there on the other camera. So if you want to ask Sammy any questions, do you notice Sammy is right below me? So we got my screen and we got Sammy's screen. Sammy's screen's below my screen. Um, you know, she's a guest on our show now. Um, so I don't know if you guys see it. There's another computer over there to the right of Sammy, and that's going to be Nicole's workstation, right? Um, so yeah, that's fun. That's fun, isn't it? Let's see if I can see if I'm just adjusting the desk, guys. Oh, will they just ignore you after a release? I assume they want a soft landing after jail and might stick around. I mean, like that's that. I mean, you're trying to get. Okay, so like that's a very multifaceted question. Are you talking about? Have you literally like? Do you got a girlfriend and she's coming home, or like? I'm gonna explain this to you, right? So these girls, it's doing the auto sign out thing on there. These girls, I'm friends with all of like 90% of them. Well, 99% of them. I'm just friends with. And then, there's the 1% that's in the girlfriend category, right? So a lot of these girls, you know, they when they get out, they call me and they're like, "Hey," a lot of them are lesbians, all right? And I don't think they're full lesbians. I think they're like they do it for attention kind of. But anyways, in any event, they're at least partially like lesbian. They're like bisexual. So like when they get out, sometimes they shack up with each other, right? And so like me having the reputation that I do in the women's prison, these girls, they gossip about me. They trade pictures of me and shit. Like they print out the JPay messages of me and they're literally like trading pictures of me on the yard like baseball cards and shit, right? These girls are lonely and like they gossip about me like as if I was a celebrity because to them I kind of am because they've read articles about me, because they've seen a million pictures of me, because I've sent so much stuff about me in there both recently and back when I was a part of ROF. I was in the articles, I was in the pamphlets and shit that we used to send in there. And so, and another thing is these girls, they tell stories and they create rumors and stuff. So there's all these. I mean, there's this one girl going around the prison, going around Lowell, right? And there's another girl telling similar lies at Gadsden, and she's telling everybody that she was with me in Charlottesville, Virginia, and that me and her were fighting communists side by side. There's only one problem. I never was at Charlottesville. So you got a girl saying like that she was at Charlottesville, Virginia with me during the Unite the Right rally, and I was on ankle monitor. I was on GPS ankle monitor living at the Value Place hotel room when this happened. When this went down. When I got out of Holmes Correctional Institution in 2016, when I did my year and a day bid, right? I had just gotten out of prison then. So like this girl is telling everybody that me and her did some shit in Charlottesville, Virginia that never fucking happened. So what happens is there's this big, giant, legendary rumor of the big bad Jordan Jareb, and the rumors get crazier and crazier and crazier. You see what I'm saying? And Caspos, we'll get into that in a second. No, I didn't build the computers. I buy them pre-built from other people. Shout out to my buddy Asmon Gold. I'm just kidding. He's not my buddy. But anyways, um, so these rumors they take off like crazy in the women's prisons, right? And these girls, they all want to brag about how they're so close to me and how and so it's basically um it's basically like a thing where they make shit up, and so the rumors get more and more and more and more. And I don't make any effort to refute them because I know these girls tell lies about it. But I mean, I just thought that was funny. You got this one girl literally saying that she was with me in Charlottesville, Virginia, and that we were fighting communists together. And she made up this big story about how like my shield bashed up against the cops' shield, and I made the cops like I looked at the cops for a couple seconds and made them back down. And she got this whole story that never happened about me and her. We were in Charlottesville, at the Unite the Right rally, and I was friends with Richard Spencer, and we even fought the cops together for a moment. And then we were in the parking garage when the guy got beat up. And she's got this whole story that she's telling all the female inmates at Lowell, and it's not even true. She's just lying about the shit. That's funny as fuck to me. It never fucking happened, bro. I'm telling you. I was never at Charlottesville, Virginia. But a lot of the girls in prison think I was at Charlottesville because this girl's telling everybody this. And I know a couple famous people. I mean, I know Lauren Wombles, aka Aubrey Gold, the famous porn star. I know her. You know, she's in Florida Department of Corrections for killing her boyfriend. You know what I mean? So, hammer fist, elbow. Yeah, I'm glad you guys like the martial arts stuff. Even though I'm not big on that, but I know you guys like it, so I make those videos. I mean, it's not the videos I really enjoy making, to be honest. I kind of enjoy it. I like beating up that training dummy. I guess it is kind of fun. Um, all right, so I am the one. You're looking for a girl on the DOC. Let me explain to you. Let me show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys a girl that I think is a good girl to be talking to. Hold on. Even if you don't, hold on one second. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. We'll go to inmate population search. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on a second, guys. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. Hold on. I got a girl that you guys should contact, and this girl is great. Hold on. All right, this girl right here. Yep. This girl right here. Yep. And if you want to see her rap sheet, there's the rap sheet. You contact her. She knows a bunch of people in there. And let's see, she gets out. She gets out pretty soon, and she's looking for a good guy. You know what I mean? She's looking for a good guy. Her friends are looking for a good guy. I tell you another girl that's good for you guys. Another girl that, and even if you don't hook up with her, she's got tons of friends, right? I know another. Hold on a second, guys. I got another good girl, Stacy. Hold on. I know a girl named Stacy Pridgeon. Let me see if I can. So Stacy Pridgeon is a local celebrity in Polk County. Um, uh, the sheriff Grady Judd out there. I'm sure you guys are familiar with old Grady Judd. Hold on. Here we go. She got locked back up. She violated her work release, but she's getting out 11/3, 2025. I tell you what, she doesn't look that good in the mugshot. She looks better in real life than she does in her mugshot, for sure. And then let's look at my girlfriend. Well, no, we're not gonna look at her right now. I don't want everybody knowing her exact information until she gets out. We'll look at it when she gets out. But yeah, so these are two good girls for you guys to contact. Um, you know, and so let me tell you guys how to use the Securus app if you guys are serious about doing this, right? So if you're serious about doing this, I hope you're in front of a desktop computer right now. I hope you're not on your phone. I hope you're on a desktop if you're really serious about doing this. Because right now, we're going to go back to Securus app. I'm going to sign in. All right. We're going to bring that back right there. And then you're gonna go to launch right there. And then you're gonna go to contacts. You're gonna go to add contact. All right. Okay. Now Chelsea is already she's already in my contacts. But you're gonna copy this number right here. You see what I'm doing, guys? That's her DC number. You're gonna copy that DC number, and you're gonna go back to here. And you could enter her name and all that, but it's faster just to do this. Paste the DC number, and for state, just select Florida. And then for agency, you're looking for Florida Department of Corrections. And then you hit search. Now, I'm pretty sure she's already on my contacts. Yeah, contact is already added to the selected site. So she's already on my contacts, so it's not going to work for me. But once you do that, she's going to show up in your contacts. You see what I mean? And like I said, I already have 1 million contacts. But that's how you do it. If you have her DC number, that's the fastest way to add a girl to your Securus contacts. And if you want two that I think are really good options for you guys to be riding because they have tons of friends, these two right here have tons of friends. These two girls right here, Stacy Pridgeon and Chelsea, whatever her last name is. I know Chelsea's Polish and Italian, so she's got a Polish last name that I can't fucking pronounce. But yeah, this is how you guys get started with this. What do you think, Sammy? Sammy's wagging her tail. No, you just jumped off the camera. You silly Willie. She just left her camera. She left her Sammy, you're not a very good podcast guest. Come here. Come here. Sammy. It's okay, Sammy. It's okay. It's okay, Sammy. See, I call her Sammy Shammy because she absorbs all the water and then she dries fast. She goes out running in the rain getting soaked and wet and she'll be dry in like 10 minutes. It's crazy how this is one fast drying dog right here. Fast dry. Isn't that right? Aren't you a fast dry? You're a fast dry? She's a chamois? She's a chamois. She's a chamois. Who's a chamois, huh? Oh, there you go. Yep. Your doggy. She's a doggy. She's a doggy. She's tired. Look how sleepy she is, guys. Poor Sammy. Little sleepy doggy. Just say hi to everybody. You don't want to say hi? Okay. Alright. Sleepy Sammy. Sleepy Sammy. She's a sleepy doggy. Huh? She's a sleepy doggy. Sleepy Sammy. Sleepy Sammy. Sleepy. She's a sleepy. Anyways, alright, let's let her down. Come on, Sammy. You're good. You're a good girl. Good girl. So, I'm just letting you guys know, like, that's how you do it. Hold on. That's how you do it. So, I got the information up on the screen. If you guys want to contact Chelsea, there's the info for Chelsea. And if you guys want to contact Stacy, there's the information for Stacy. I got both of them up on the screen there, so let me... Boom. Curse you, Windows 11. Alright, there you go. You got the information for both of them up on the screen. You can write them. It doesn't matter if you're ex-con. I'm an ex-con. Yeah, I'm an ex-con. Yeah, you can definitely write them. 100%. Who told you ex-cons can't write female inmates? Yeah, I don't know who told you that. Shit, I'm gonna get on Desiree's visit list soon because I've been free for over a year. After you're free for over a year, if you haven't been incarcerated for over 1 year, you've been free for 1 year and you haven't been on probation for 1 year, you can visit the prison. You can visit the female inmates and everything. You know, if you got the right guard, you might even be able to go to the bathroom with them for about 15 minutes. Yeah, if you got the right guard, you might even be able to go in the bathroom with her for 15 minutes. I'm the one who's already texting Shaquina. Um, but I'm interested in knowing how many of you guys are really going to do this. How many of you guys are really down? How many of you guys are really going to write these female inmates? Because I'm telling you, all you got to do is write either of them and say Jordan Jareb sent you. That's all you got to do, guys. Write either of them and say Jordan Jareb sent you. They'll know exactly what you're talking about. So, and both of those girls right there on the screen have they have enough, they know enough girls for everybody on this stream right now, everybody in my chat. I got 12 people watching the chat right now. Every single one of you can get hooked up with one of their friends easily. Oh, okay. Well, if you're overseas, I mean, I talk to people in Europe. But that's the thing. There's female inmates in Europe too. I don't know how to contact female inmates in other systems. And I've heard people say, okay, well, there's the Texas female inmates. The reason I like Florida Department of Corrections, several reasons. One, I'm familiar with it, obviously. Two, they're going to ship them to you. They're going to give them a bus ticket to anywhere in the continental United States, right? So when Nicole gets out of prison, she's getting bused to me at the taxpayer's expense. So if I hook you up with one of these girls, she's going to be bused to you at the taxpayer's expense. I don't care. Let's say you live in Washington State. I can get her a bus, or it's not me, it's her classification officer. So let's say you write one of these girls for like a year and you hook up with her, like I have with Nicole, right? And like she's about to get released. What you do is you talk to her classification officer, right? And really, if she doesn't have probation, you don't even have to do this. It just makes the process smoother, right? And they give her a bus ticket to wherever. Yeah, you just give them a release address. Well, if the release address is in Hawaii, I don't know how you do that. I don't know if they'll give them a plane ticket to Hawaii. Maybe. I don't know. I've never dealt with Alaska or Hawaii. Every guy that I've hooked up with a female inmate has always lived in the continental United States. So there's that. But I don't think you should be in a rush to hook up with any specific female inmate. I think what you should do is you should write 5 or 6 female inmates. And then you should get it to where you're talking to all of them. And then do not send any of them canteen, okay? I'm telling you. You tell them that you're poor, even if you're rich. Tell them you don't have a lot of money, right? Basically, that's what you want to do. Now, they know I'm not poor, but the cat's already out of the bag. They know who I am. They know everything about me, basically. I mean, and they know a bunch of things about me that aren't really true. Like, apparently I was at Charlottesville, and apparently, I wasn't at Charlottesville, but apparently I was at the Unite the Right rally, even though I wasn't, because this girl says she was there with me. It's part of how, rumors like that is part of how people get indicted, too. People making shit up is terrible. Yeah, listen, it doesn't matter. Like, if you live in Georgia or Alabama, I don't care where you live. If you're in the continental United States, they will bus these girls to you, bro. It doesn't matter. And then the cool thing about, like, there's Florida, people from all over the world come to Florida to fuck up, okay? So there's female inmates that are from Europe in there. Yeah, there's girls that are not even from the United States there. Now, most of them are from Cuba and places like that. But there's some from Italy and Ireland, and there's all types of girls in there, right? I mean, yeah, okay, Landon. I don't know personally. Seems like trouble trying to get with a felon. Look, bro, I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm not saying you have to do this. What I'm saying is, if you've been on Tinder a million times and you're tired of women ignoring you, and you want a real shot at having like meaningful conversations with women where they get to know you better, because right now the dating advice is don't send long text messages. The fuck? These girls want extremely long emails because when they lock down for count and they see that you've spent the time to write them a long email, they're going to appreciate that. Girls used to want love letters and shit. Now they get mad if the text message is too long because it makes you seem desperate. What the fuck? I mean, yeah, so the dating dynamics are out of whack. Completely fucking out of whack. And so you're just going to turn the tables if you write female inmates. You're going to get the opposite. But if you're, by all means, if you're happy with Tinder, if you're happy getting random girls' numbers at the mall or whatever it is you're doing, if that's your thing, then by all means, go ahead and do it. Yeah, Eric, you're right. Fish amoxicillin is actually pretty good. Like you get fish amoxicillin. My cousin's actually an animal doctor, so I know all about that. There's animal equivalents of every drug, and they're actually cheaper than the human equivalent. It's crazy. Um, but yeah, Securus. I am the one. You're saying Georgia doesn't use Securus. It doesn't matter, bro. If you are in Georgia, you do not want to talk to Georgia female inmates. There's no reason. I mean, no offense, the Florida girls are hotter. And then the app for like the Securus app is just a better app. And then like I think Florida is better about giving them bus tickets too than a lot of these other states. Florida, see, Florida likes to kick people out. If you want to leave, when you EOS, if you want to leave, if one of these girls is like, I want to move in with my boyfriend in Minnesota, she says that, they'll be like, oh, thank God. They love it when you leave the state. When you're about to EOS and you tell your classification officer that you want to leave Florida, they love that. They don't want you. They really don't want you here if you're a felon, unless you're somebody like me and you make some money and you're like you know how to start businesses and you know how to like do different things. Like they don't want the average felon living in Florida. I'm just being honest, bro. When you're EOSing, they would love it if you left the state. They don't want you in Florida. Like Florida wants to send the felons away. They are more than happy to like make you some other state's problem. So if you're in a different state and you write one of these female inmates, right? And she tells her classification officer, I want to go to, let's just, St. Paul, Minnesota. I don't know. I've just been making up random shit about Minnesotans lately. If you're a Minnesotan, I don't know why, but let's just say you live in St. Paul, Minnesota, and you got a girl named Brittany, right? And Brittany, you and her have been talking for like a year, and she wants to move in with you when she gets out. She wants to start a new life way the hell away from, let's say she's from Miami, and she wants to start a new life with you in St. Paul, Minnesota, right? So she's going to tell her classification officer, I need a Greyhound bus ticket to St. Paul. They're going to drive her to the Greyhound station. They're not going to leave her presence until she boards that Greyhound bus. That is FDC policy. They have to watch her get on the bus. They escort her to the bus station. And the reason for that is they don't want criminals getting out of prison and just terrorizing whatever local town the prison happens to be in, right? But I'm telling you right now, they love it when they leave Florida. They don't want them in Florida. So if you're outside of Florida, this is not a problem. They will bus her to you. They are happy to make these people somebody else's problem. Ron DeSantis is all about cranking up them buses, by the way. Yeah. When illegal immigrants were flooding Florida and Trump wasn't the president, he took them all. He put them on a bus. He said, "Okay, New York and California wants these immigrants. We're gonna give them what they want. We're gonna ship them. We're gonna bus them over to New York." And the liberals are all crazy about it. And it's like, "Whoa, this is what you wanted. You wanted immigrants. We don't want them here in Florida, so we sent them to you, right?" And so like Florida's about that shit. And so this is exactly why, again, if you don't live in Florida, see, that's the first thing people always say to me. They don't get it. Like, Florida is just where they're being housed. When their sentence is over, they get a Greyhound bus ticket to anywhere in the continental United States they ask for, no matter how expensive. So if you're in Washington State, it might take 2 days for her to get to you now with the Greyhound system. Not 2 days, but basically a day and a half. I mean, a Greyhound bus from Central Florida all the way to like Seattle, Washington, like how long would that be? It's probably like a day and a half. But she's going to get to you. She's going to get to you. And they're going to tell you what time she'll be at the station. They're going to tell you. Like for Nicole, she's going to be there at 12:05. I'm arriving at the shit, I'm doxing myself. If anybody wants to assassinate me, I'll, I'll be at the Greyhound bus station in Tallahassee, Florida at 11 o'clock on August 3rd. How much money do I get? I don't like talking about the specifics of how much money I have, but let's just say I have some money. We don't have to go into specifics. I mean, you guys seen my property. You've seen all my buildings and stuff. You see I have multiple buildings, and you see I have land, and you see I have these lights everywhere. You see I got these computers. You see I have like a bunch of e-bikes and stuff, and I'm probably going to be buying a truck soon. So I don't want to like go into specifics on how much money I have, but you guys know I have a little bit of money. Oh, how much walking money do you get? I'm sorry. I'm going a mile a minute. I didn't read your chat correctly. I get okay, so walking money, I got $0, and I'm gonna tell you why I got $0. If you get canteen, you don't get any walking money. Now in Nicole's situation, I don't know. I gave her canteen, but it was a while ago. So I think because if it's been 90 days, then I don't know yet. So, but I know if you get canteen regularly, your walking money is $0. I had money built up on my account. Eric, F-150. I don't think it's gonna be I don't think I'll get a Ford. I don't think a Ford. I'm not really a Ford guy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know there's a Ford versus Chevy debate, but what about like a GMC? What about a Ram? What about like a Ram 1500? Like, I don't know. I got to see whatever the used car market is, because I don't buy new cars. I like to buy whatever I can afford with like cash. I don't make payments. I don't do any of that crap. It's a depreciating asset, and I'm not in a huge hurry to buy a truck. It's just I gotta see what's available. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna be getting a truck sometime, probably in the next sometime. I don't even know. I'm, like I said, not in a huge hurry to do it, but so Landon's coming around to my point of view. You think about riding female inmates, Landon? By the way, these mugshots, guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. These mugshots, I gotta go on the other computer because I don't have super good photos. See if I can find the photos. I don't have super good photos on this computer of Chelsea because she's not my girlfriend, so I don't have tons of photos of her or whatever. Um, I just don't have that. Hold on one second. Let me go. Let me go way down. Yeah, it's just not. It ain't on here. I'd have to go to my other computer, guys. Let me take a piss real quick. Christopher Cantwell in prison again. Is Christopher Cantwell in prison? Can somebody tell me about that? I didn't know Christopher Cantwell was in prison. Holy shit. Let me take a piss real quick, guys. I wonder why Christopher Cantwell is in prison. I didn't know anything about that. Hold on, guys. I remember, and yes, I am taking a piss right now. This is how we do things in prison. We talk to each other while we're pissing. When you got your cellmate, you just piss. It's that simple. We're all men here. I don't know. Might be a couple of girls in the chat, but I think we're all men here, right? Anyways, Danny Wunshin or whatever the hell his name is there was this guy I knew. Some of you guys may be familiar with him. This guy was named Danny, and he went to Christopher Cantwell's house, and he said flat out that he saw like meth paraphernalia at Cantwell's house. So I don't know if Christopher Cantwell smokes meth. I'm not saying. Well, I mean, we know he used to. I think he used to be a drug addict. I'm not saying Christopher Cantwell smokes meth because I don't know. What I do know is somebody that I talked to went to his house in New Hampshire and claims, and was never able to verify these claims he saw meth paraphernalia on his nightstand. So you do with that information what you will. I don't know if he's actively smoking meth or if he's just relapsed at one point. This was years ago, guys. Guys, I'm going to go to this other computer real quick. I want to show you. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. We're going to boot up this other old computer. See if I can. Oh, that's not good. That's normal. I'm just kidding. It always does that. It always does that. It just sounds bad. It does this thing where it goes. Ch. So this is my other computer. Yeah. And then I got another computer that I'll give you guys a tour of the place. Those that haven't seen the place yet. Hey, Sammy. Sammy's on my mattress. You always messing my sheets up. This dog. I got another computer right here that hooks up to the TV. So. And yeah, there's a TV right next to my bed. You guys already know what time it is. I mean, come on. You know, this is a gooner station. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit. Come on, bro. This is a gooner station. What the fuck do you think? Come on. This is. I mean, this is where I listen to Stefan Molyneux. I wonder how Stefan Molyneux would feel knowing that this is a gooner station. knowing that as knowing that like right after I'm done gooning, it's good. Stefan Molyneux like puts me to sleep. You know what I mean? All right, so let's go in here real quick, and don't mind the mess. I got some random, this is like merchandise from my store. I'm pretty sure you guys know what this is. This is the Gravy Seals T-shirt. Got a lot of shit in here. Here's my living room. Here's my, I got a TV set in the living room. This is all the shit Nicole's coming back to. Oh shit, I'm gonna pull up my own damn stream. Pull up my own stream on YouTube. If I can find my own stream. Let's see. Can we pull up my own damn stream? Yep. I'm watching myself. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. That's fun. I'm going to keep this up just for shits and giggles. Why not? It's my own stream. Anyway, let's go back over here, guys. Let's go back over here. Oh, this is my charging station. And then I got these cool little things here. They drive Sammy crazy. Watch this. Sammy. Hey, drop it. It's of like a vibrating dog ball. Anyway, this is my charging station. I got some tactical gear pouches, molly pouches there. I got some flashlights here. I got a flashlight in a pouch right here. I got my MLN DX80 right there. Got a bunch of shit in here, guys. Ooh, not good. Nothing I can't handle. So, guys, I will be back to the main desk in a moment. This goes into BIOS mode every time I unplug it. I usually unplug it during electrical storms. I like to unplug my main computers during electrical storms because I pay so much freaking money for them that I would hate to have one get electrocuted and fried. I pay too much money for these things, guys. You know, I'm away from the screen right now. I can't see the chat right now. Bear with me, guys. If you want me to answer the chat, I will, but keep in mind I cannot see the chat right now. So I'll be back in a moment. I just don't want anybody seeing my password. That's my cousin's name, by the way. I used to never put my name on these computers. Back in the day, I was like super paranoid, and the FBI had raided me and confiscated all my computers. So like I never had my real name on the computer because my lawyer had told me not to do that. My lawyer had been like, never put your real name on the computer. All right, guys, hold on one second. I'm gonna try to find this picture I wanted to show you guys. And there's certainly more efficient ways for me to do this than what I'm doing now. I'm not gonna lie. This is not an efficient way of showing you guys these pictures. And it may not even be on here anymore. I might have deleted the shit. I think I did, to be honest with you. So anyway, that's it. That's it for that. I don't have those pictures of Chelsea. I deleted them. Probably because, you know, Nicole's getting out soon, and me having a bunch of pictures of other girls is probably like a no-no when I'm in a relationship. So, you know, naturally, I deleted the photos. So, the thing is, hold on. I wanted to show you guys how Chelsea looked when she wasn't in prison, because I got pictures of her from when she wasn't in prison. And let's just say she looks a lot different and kind of leave it at that. Right? We're just going to say that. We're going to say Chelsea looked a lot different. We'll just leave it at that. Landon Jones, why are you not confident? Let's dissect that. What are you not confident about? Exactly. I'm trying to, like, we definitely need to unpack that one. You know I'm a fat guy, right? I'm a fat guy. And I don't have any issues with this stuff. Not really. I don't like the dating market. I don't like normie women. It's another reason I write female inmates. The female inmates have lived without their fucking they know what it's like to live without a cell phone. They know what it's like to read a book. They know how to read a book. They have better attention spans. They have better values, really. They've attended religious services and stuff. So, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, I know a lot of people are gonna be skeptical of my claim, but I'm telling you flat out, I believe that these female inmates are better than free world women. I really do. I believe these female inmates are better than free world women. I am the one years ago. I got raided by the FBI. It was a high profile case. I don't really want to go into that too much. It's all part of the Jereb lore, but I know you guys. I know some of you guys remember that. Um, so how much battery do I have left? Let's see. Trying to see how much battery I have on my headset. It says 65%, so we're good. Yeah, so these girls, how do you see a list of female inmates in Florida? You don't. You don't. You have to have an insider. Yeah, you got to have that. That's why you're here right now. There's no list of female inmates in Florida. It don't work like that. The closest thing you're going to get to that is me. Here's your list right here, my contact list. There's no public list of female inmates. It don't work like that. You got to know their name and DC number to contact them. You got to. You think I just built this list randomly? No. I did not just build this list randomly. I'm telling you. This happened over time. I just ain't got that much game or experience with women. Okay, so the cool thing about writing female inmates is you can use ChatGPT to send them a really, really romantic email. And like, unlike girls in the free world, you see this as the email, and these girls want a big ass email. You know what I mean? These girls want a big, huge email because when they lock down for count, it's not like out on the street where you're texting. These are emails. And they're like letters, basically. It costs stamps to write them a message. You see what I mean? So this is how we communicate. We don't communicate with small stuff. I mean, we can. Sometimes I send a small email, and sometimes they send me a small email. But it's okay if you want to send a huge email. Got rated looking for IEDs? Making IEDs or looking IEDs? Oh, physical mail. Okay, so Eric, to answer your question about physical mail, the problem with sending females physical mail, Florida Department of Corrections specifically, they scan their mail. You have to send the mail to a mail sorting facility where they physically scan the mail, and they're going to send a picture of the letter you send them on their tablet. They're writing emails using these tablets. So it's faster to use the Securus app than it is to send physical mail. Now, I'm not going to lie. I fuck with physical mail. I'll show you guys over here. I have physical mail. I'll be right back. I'm not at the computer right now. I'm getting the mail. I mean, I get physical mail. I get physical mail from inmates all the time. You know what I mean? So it's not like I don't get physical mail, and it's not like I never write physical mail because I have thousands of stamps. Because when I was in prison, I used to sell coffee for stamps, and I had a huge stockpile of stamps because that was the cheapest place on the planet Earth that I could get stamps. The cheapest place on the planet Earth for me to get stamps was prison. Because in prison, I literally just sell some stamps, or I sell some coffee for some stamps, and I can get free stamps. So I had a massive stockpile of stamps, and I still do. So if I want to write paper letters, I can, but it's going to take so long for them to get there because they got to process it, they got to scan it, and then they got to digitally send it to them. So they're going to get it digitally anyway. So you can do paper mail if you want. If you feel more comfortable doing that, you can do paper mail, but you got to send it to their sorting facility, and you have to, like, it's basically it's difficult. Um, Hold on, let me see if I got the address. What is the address to physically? It's in like Ocala. Florida Department of Corrections inmates. See if ChatGPT knows it immediately. Okay, yeah, this is the right one. Right here. So it's let me just bring up the fucking website. So here's the mail policy, right? So if you want to physically write an inmate, this is it right here. If you physically want to write an inmate, okay, so you got to know their name, you got to know their DC number. This is what you put on the envelope. Their last name, then their first name, then their DC number, and then you put PO Box 23608, Tampa, Florida. The problem with that, like I said, it's going to take forever for it to get to them, and then they got to scan it, and then they're going to send a scanned copy in their mail to the tablet. Now the reason the prison does this is simple. The reason the prison does this is simple. They do this because that's to make sure you're not smuggling drugs in there. Yeah, because it's to keep the K2 out, Eric. Eric is completely correct about this. But they smuggle K2 in through guards. They smuggle K2 in through drones. There's a million ways to smuggle K2 in. They smuggle everything up in there. You know, I mean, there's no way to keep drugs out of prison. There's no way to. They fly drones into the prison, guys. 100%. But all I'm trying to tell you guys is I keep. And the reason I'm doing this, I keep hearing about dudes telling me they're incels and that they can't get a girlfriend and that girls keep ignoring them and that they never get good shit on Tinder. And I'm like, bro, there should be no incels, because if all else fails, this method right here is guaranteed to get you a girlfriend. 100%. You know what I mean? But do not do this paper mail shit, guys. I'm telling you. I'm putting it up on the screen because some of you are going to disobey me and do your own fucking thing. Some of you are going to say that Jordan Jareb doesn't know what he's talking about, and you're going to do the paper mail route, and then they're going to write you back, and they're going to say, why don't you get on the Securus app? It's way faster, and you're going to end up doing the Securus app anyway, right? So, I mean, you can do the paper mail. If you think this Securus app is a scam or something, or if you're just terrified of doing it this way, you could do the paper mail if you want. If you happen to have envelopes and stamps laying around, you could do the paper mail. I'm not telling you not to do that. I'm just saying this is a faster way to do it. This is a much better way to do it. And I'm telling you specifically who you need to contact. Specifically, you need to contact that girl Chelsea. This girl right here, really. Chelsea or Stacy? Stacy Pridgeon? Or Grady Judd was roasting Chelsea. No, Grady Judd was. I'm going to show you guys why. What Grady Judd thinks
everyone.
about
It's
Stacy.
Morning briefing. And no, I didn't have a morning briefing yesterday because I was preparing to talk about those dudes that we arrested for trafficking in fentanyl and cocaine. You should have picked that up. But Kiki's Egg House sent me a cup. It's in Fort Meade. The people who own Kiki's are related to the people who own John's. That's right. And they all do great work at feeding the people in and around Fort Meade, Florida. So if you want home cooking, go to Kiki's. And in the meantime, I'll just enjoy some coffee.
He's like my grandpa or something.
I appreciate people sending the cups in so I can brag on our business folks here in Polk County. I love Polk County, and I love all of our businesses. And these folks work really, really hard to serve us. So do business locally at every opportunity. Well, we did some local business. Here's Charles Trevino of Winter Haven. See, he's a local guy. He's 36.
Wait for it.
And he was in a stolen car.
Wait for
That's
it, guys.
Right, a blue Honda Civic.
Wait for it,
and
guys.
And he was traveling down the road, and one of my great deputies, I brag on them often, said to himself, I believe that's a rascal in a stolen vehicle. So he follows this vehicle to Ibis Lane, which is a new subdivision in the far southeast area of Winter Haven off of Highway 653. He pulls in. Deputy asks him to step out of the car, and he does. And he says, "What are you doing here?" He says, "Well, I'm here to give an estimate on some work at this house." So we immediately take him into custody after we announce to him that, "Oh, by the way, big dog, you are driving a stolen vehicle." So we go up to the lady who's in the house. She goes, "I haven't asked for any work. I don't know who that guy is." He lied to us. Can you believe that? But he did. Anyway, so we locked him up. He was already in trouble. He had a warrant out for violation of probation. He hasn't had a driver's license since 2007. Now think about that. He's been revoked since 2007, so you're stealing a car you're not supposed to drive anyway. Well, that was interesting. Well, he wasn't by himself.
Here we go.
He was with old Blue Eyes here, Stacy Pridgeon.
Oh.
Stacy's 36. She's from Lake Wells, local girl. She's also in trouble for violation of probation. You see, she was wearing an ankle monitor for trafficking and stolen property. She saw property with those blue eyes that she apparently stole at some point in time. So she was on community control with an ankle monitor. She was supposed to be at home. So the question of the day, was she at home? No, she was in a stolen car with Charles Trevino, a clear violation of her probation. So old Blue Eyes was in a blue car.
Old Blue Eyes.
That was stolen. And now she's in a blue uniform crying the blues at the county jail. I'm just saying. She should have thought through that.
Yep. So if you want to ride old Blue Eyes, my dear friend Stacy, if you want to ride old Blue Eyes, here you go. There's old Blue Eyes. Yep. And old Blue Eyes knows a lot of girls in there, okay? She knows a lot of girls in there. So, there you go, guys. You just all you got to do is copy this number. All right? I'm going to show you guys what to do step by step. All you got to do is hit launch, go to contacts, add contact, and then you paste that number right there, and then you hit Florida, and then you hit Florida Department of Corrections, and you hit add contact, and she's already on mine, and then you go to compose, and then it's going to be a lot simpler for you. You're not going to have a huge contact list that's overwhelmingly long, but in your case, you hit Stacy Pridgeon, and you're going to tell her hi, and then you're going to tell her, Jordan Jerub says, hook me up with one of your friends. Boom. Now, you could make the message a lot longer than this, and you probably should. I'm not telling you your message has to be this short. You should write several paragraphs introducing yourself, because that's what you do, bro, with this type of setting. These are not girls in the street with 2-second attention spans. These are girls that are stuck in cells that read novels, multi-series novels. So when they're done with part 1 of the novel, they pick up part 2. These girls read books. They have a good attention span. They attend classes. They're smart. They're educated. They're good conversation. They read lots of books and shit. Like they got a big prison library. They've got nothing to do. They listen to podcasts all day about all types of crazy shit. They're better conversation than the free world girls. So you tell Stacy what your problem is. You tell her what kind of woman you're trying to hook up with and what you're interested in, how you're like. Send her a picture. You see this thing here? It says attachments. You can, so you see this is my downloads folder, all right? And I'm not going to send this to her, but here's one of my product sample pictures. Boom. You see how you can attach photos? You can attach a photo of yourself, and you can send a photo of yourself. And when you send a photo of yourself to Stacy, about 50 women are going to see it, and they're all going to be fighting over which one of you gets to write, right? And so the reply is going to have, you remember how we talked about the number for her, the DC number? Her reply is going to have the names and DC numbers of different girls. She's going to tell you, oh, this is my friend Brandy. This is my friend Courtney. This is my friend, Jesse. Like, boom. She's going to give you the names and DC numbers of her friends. So then you're going to go back to contacts and you're going to hit add contact. And you're going to go to ID and you're going to do it all over again. Now you're going to have a new contact. Before you know it, you're going to be kind of like me. You're not going to be as many contacts as me. Probably not. It's probably never going to happen because it's not even showing every single contact. Like I have to refresh the page sometimes because it doesn't even show every contact right away. It's crazy, right? But I mean, I have pages and pages of. I have over 14. I mean, I have 14 pages worth of contacts, right? And then you see they're all on screen. So I mean, you could steal some of these contacts from me if you really want to. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, this is not, you know, earlier you asked for a list. This is the closest thing you're going to get to a list right here. This page right here. You could steal my contacts if you want to, and you could say you saw this on a Jordan Jarrett video. They're not going to sit there saying, "Oh, it's terrible how you contacted me out of nowhere." They're not going to say that. They're going to be glad you did. All you got to say is Jordan Jarrett had you on a stream. Stacy's bored. She's got nothing to do. She gets social capital. She gets to feel relevant to all her friends in prison. Like that's what she gets out of it. So Landon Jones is asking, what does Stacy get out of this? Stacy gets social capital. She gets to brag to all of her friends that she's got the contacts, that people are contacting her. Like these girls, like, you know what I'm saying? Like basically, I'm gonna tell you what Stacy gets out of it. What Stacy gets out of it is she's gonna want you to find more people to hop on her account. That's what she gets out of it. Plus, if you talk to her, what she gets out of it is maybe she wants a picture of herself off of Facebook. So you go on Facebook and you look for pictures of her and you send her pictures of herself from when she was free. Little shit like that. It's going to cost you like 10 cents maybe. That might be what she wants in return. You know what I mean? But, maybe she wants a random photo of a kitten or something. Maybe she wants conversation. Nothing big, but I mean realistically what she gets out of it is social capital. She gets social points as overs observador as he said. So I can't wait till Nicole gets out. I'm about to have some crazy wild sex with my girlfriend when she gets out. I've been waiting for her for fucking all year. Me and her are about to have some very, very special moments. Let's just say that. And this is what I do. This is how I meet women. I mean, I have a girlfriend now, so I don't really talk to these girls, really. These girls, they like to message me. I got so many girls messaging me that I don't really reply to and stuff, and it's not because I don't want to reply to them. It's because like I don't want to use up all my stamps. Like right now I only have 9 stamps. Usually I have way more stamps than this. See what I mean? Chelsea is another good option. I'll put her name in the chat just because it's hard to spell. And you can look her up on the Securus app. Chelsea's another good option. Yeah, and when Nicole gets out, she's going to be on the live streams with me too. So that's going to be fun, having her on the live streams, and we'll get to hear her perspective. She'll tell you all about what it's like in prison, and she's going to be one of the biggest advocates because she wants, Nicole wants all of her friends. When Nicole gets out, Nicole wants to hook all her friends up with good guys, you know? And I'm pretty sure, I don't know all you guys personally, but I'm pretty sure you guys are good guys, you know? I don't know all of you personally, but that's not for me to figure out. That's for them to figure out, and you know, these girls have their problems, they have their issues. They're flawed human beings. So some of these girls are kind of messed up, but some of you might be kind of messed up too. This is not my place to figure out. I'm just giving you the tools. I'm not telling you that every single girl in here is good any more than I know that every single guy I'm talking to in this chat is good. I don't know you guys, and you don't really know these girls that well. I'm just giving you the connection. I'm just giving you the tools to make it happen. Some of these girls may not be that good. Some of them may be good. Some of them may be bad. Some of y'all might be bad. So I don't want these girls yelling and screaming at me if one of you ends up being bad. And I don't want you yelling and screaming at me if one of these girls ends up being bad. A lot of these girls are good people, though. A lot of you guys are good people. Some of you guys might be bad. Some of these girls might be not be. I'm not responsible for anything that happens. I'm just giving you the tool. You see what I'm saying? Okay, look, Eric. So I get asked this a lot. Are there a lot of guys riding these girls? The answer is no. The answer is absolutely no. As a matter of fact, there's a documentary they did on female inmates, and they don't even get visitors from their own family. Their own family is more likely to. It's messed up, really. It's messed up. All right. So I'm gonna show you guys. Hold on. My own video. Hold on one second. I want to make sure this is the right video. Okay, so this is one of my videos. This is a female corrections officer working at a female institution. I want you guys to pay attention to what she says. Watch this.
If we fill 15 tables, we're lucky.
Why? Why does it happen like that?
The women just don't get the visitors.
They're lonely, they want somebody to talk to, and they can really identify with what you're going through.
But on Sunday afternoon when the females come, if we fill 15 tables, we're lucky.
Why? Why does it happen like that?
The women just don't get the visitors.
They don't get visitors. Nobody's fucking riding them. Nobody's, like most men are on Tinder right now. And they're not willing to play the long game. If you're willing to play the long game, you can end up in a good, happy relationship with one of these girls that's been reading books, that's been, a lot of them have been clean and sober. They have sober living dorms. They have faith-based dorms where these girls are Christians or whatever, and these girls are getting certificates. They're learning how to do stuff with their life. They're, there's all types of girls in there. There's girls that are submissive and they want to get out and meet a good husband. Like, these girls don't get any freaking attention, guys. I'm telling you. They're lonely as hell.
Online dating ain't working for y'all. Meeting women in person ain't working for y'all. And so what you need is an environment where, like, you can't really fail.
And those are all older women in that shot there. I don't know why. They got nothing but older women.
That's what this is. When you start writing female prison inmates, you have a situation where, like, these girls are lonely.
Anyway, we don't need to watch my own video of me. We don't need to do all that. Because we're live. That defeats the purpose, right? But I'm just letting you guys know this is a viable alternative. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I hope you guys take this seriously. I hope you guys really do this, because a lot of men are going through it right now with this shit with women. You know what I mean? A lot of men are going through it with this shit with women right now. So I hope you guys take this seriously. Hold on. Have we got any other questions? Landon Jones. Okay, so basically social points like you guys said. I just figured out that Stacy, Chelsea, other girls hook their friends up, also want a partner as well. Well, yeah, that's another thing. They're gonna work together. So, like, these girls, they're gonna kind of like, they all know each other. They're all they kind of tell on each other. That's another thing. That's why I know so much about Nicole, because her friends tell on her. I mean, they're all snitches in there. I'm not gonna lie. They're all telling on each other. I'm just being honest. Standing hammer fist, elbows are better in every way. Hammer fist on the ground, okay, but standing. I mean, I don't like hurting my knuckles. So in that example where I threw the shirt over the dummy's head and I'm using the hammer fist, it's because I don't want to, I don't want to hurt my knuckles, and I'm striking the bridge of the nose. And because there's not like a sense of urgency to get some really good shot, you're just aiming in the general direction of the bridge of the nose. And really, you're just stunning them to try to get in a better position to do that choke, to, either do the rear naked choke or to go up under the arm and do a Nelson, you know. So, I mean, that's, I like doing hammer fist and I like doing elbows. I like doing everything, whatever the angle allows for. So there's certain angles and certain positions, certain situations. It's harder to land an elbow in a real fight than a hammer fist. A hammer fist is easier you got more leverage to land a hammer fist than an elbow. So I don't know how many real fights you guys have been in. Great. If you can land an elbow, that's absolutely great. Especially like a downward elbow, like boom. You know what I mean? Like if you certain situations where you do that. But hammer fist is full extension of the arm. You have more reach. So you can, and hammer fist is really the most underutilized punch there is, And the reason I like the hammer fist is because whatever you have in your hands becomes compatible. But if you guys got any more questions about the female inmates thing, I don't know if you guys are ready to just move on from that. If I'm just being autistic, and maybe the audience is done with that topic. maybe I'm not picking up on social cues. Maybe I'm being a Super Spurg. Speaking of which, where is Super Spurg? Is Super Spurg still with us? Oh, Eric asked, do you want girls on drug charges? What are the good crimes? It depends. It depends on so the crimes are like the negative aspect of her personality. So if you're like a warrior, you might want a girl that like stabs somebody or something. Because I mean, she might have been justified, or like if you're like a warrior prepper kind of guy, and you think you can handle kind of a crazy girl, you might want somebody with a violent charge, right? Um, that comes with its own risks. But most of those girls are in there for drug-related charges, so I would say, yeah, drugs are like a non-violent charge, and just most of those girls in there have drug-related charges. So it's not really a question of what's the bad charge, because I mean, like, obviously, okay, like murder, I mean, like that is like 90% of the girls in there. So I wouldn't really be too picky about the charges, because 90% of the charges is the same thing. It's usually drugs, you know. But if you're like a prepper and you're preparing for the end of the world, and you want like a gangster chick that's going to pull that trigger when it's time to pull that trigger, if you're a prepper and that's what you want, if you want a girl that's used to stress inoculation, you want a warrior woman, you might want a girl that has some violent charges, because that she's that's a warrior, you know. But it's also important to remember that they're in there paying their debt to society, you know, and when they get out of prison, it's a fresh start. You see what I'm saying? You have way better choke than rear naked from there. I mean, there's plenty of chokes, but they don't really. If I had money on GTL right now, I would have one of these girls call me. I've done it before. You guys remember, some of you guys that have been watching this stream for longer, you guys remember I used to have female inmates on the stream all the time. You guys remember that? Some of you guys that, I'm pretty sure Ovzerbador was there. I'm pretty sure Vuzanex was there when I had female inmates call me. I think Eric might have been there. Elite Team Killer. I didn't catch him earlier. I didn't know he was in there. It says my top fans. Oh, I got a fan ranking. It says Eule, EULEN4Y is my number one fan. That's what it's saying. It's ranking you as my top fan. It's ranking Ozer Bador as number 2. I'm gonna give you guys some constructive criticism, right? And you're not gonna like this. You're gonna hate this. The anime profile pictures is not like a good look. But I'm not gonna lie, these prison girls, some of them, I think they'll be into the anime. Yeah, I mean, I'm not into anime myself, but I know they have like Bleach and like Yu-Gi-Oh and shit they can watch on the tablets in prison, and some of those girls are gonna be into that anime shit in prison and they weren't into that when they were free. But you got to understand, there's the clear Securus tablets. I'm gonna show you guys what I mean by tablets. Prison tablet. Okay, so in prison, these female inmates, they have tablets, and they look like this. Of course, I think now they look more like this. I think they gave them some orange ones now, but this is what the various different types of. This is what a JPay kiosk looks like, by the way. So they can type emails on the kiosk if they don't have their tablet, right? But so they can play games on it, they can watch movies on it, they can listen to podcasts on it. So what happens when you guys email them, they're usually looking at your email on the tablet, you know. And these tablets are in the room with them late at night and shit. So when you send, the reason I said you should send these girls pictures of yourself is because they'll be in their room late at night looking at pictures of you, and they'll slowly get like more and more obsessed. Do with that information what you will. You see what I'm saying? Um, uh, okay, so Landon is asking, when these girls get out, wouldn't the dynamics of the relationship change, causing them to view you less favorably? That depends on so many circumstances that there's so many variables there. There's no how can I answer that question? Like, it depends on what kind of girl we're talking about. It depends on who you are. It depends on the chemistry of the relationship. How passive and submissive is she? Like, there's so many variables. I can't possibly begin to answer that question. I mean, I would definitely study female nature. I would definitely look for a girl that's kind of shy and submissive. I would definitely make sure that you have your shit together when she gets out. You know what I mean? I would definitely make sure you and her kind of know a lot about each other. I would make sure that you don't completely misrepresent who you are. Like, if you're a fat guy and all you ever send them is photogenic looking photos of yourself, and they never see that you're kind of a fat guy, then they might feel like they've been catfished, basically. So, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot that goes into that. That's why I recommend talking to several female inmates, because, like I said, they all kind of tell on each other. You know what I mean? Like, if there's something going on, they'll all kind of tell on each other, and they'll lie on each other too. But you quickly learn like which ones are reliable and which ones are not. The more of them you talk to. Um, Another thing, guys, if you're, I recommend, if you guys are serious about writing female inmates, then please join my Telegram. I got my public Telegram and I got my private Telegram. I would like it if you guys join both of them, and I'll walk you guys through it. Just send me a private message on Telegram if you're like, after this stream is over. If you're serious as a fucking heart attack about writing female inmates, send me a private message on Telegram, and I'll tell you everything you need to know about it. Those are my 2 Telegram channels. If you haven't already signed up if you're not already part of my Telegram, then you definitely are going to want to be a part of that, and so, these are the tablets, and, I think they look different now. I think they're orange now, but basically those are the prison tablets, and there's either email app on there. This is the exact way it basically looked in there. You see that e-messaging app? They click on that, and then they can look at, and you see where it says, trying to see where it says photos. I can't see the photos app on there, but usually there's a photos app on there, and they can save all the photos you send them. And you could send them hundreds of photos of yourself. And the funny thing about that, when you send hundreds of photos of yourself, all the girls in the dorm are going to be wanting to look at you and shit. And they're going to use this kiosk. They can request photo prints, and they can print out photos of you. The girls have this kiosk just like the men do, and they can print out photos of you. And I'm not gonna lie, like, they're gonna be trading photos of you like freaking baseball cards on the rec yard. The girls are gonna be trading photos of you like you're like baseball cards, for real. It's another funny thing. Like, there are hundreds of photos of me circulating in Gadsden Correctional Facility and Lowell. These girls are in there. They just think that I'm the coolest person ever. I'm not even that cool. That's the thing. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I am nowhere near as cool as these women think I am. It's just rumor mongering. The way women work in prison, they rumor monger and they make shit up. It's just like when you say you caught a fish that's this big, and then eventually it's like the biggest fish ever. It's like you literally caught Moby Dick, like the massive fucking whale or something. Like, that's kind of what happens with these women. These women, like, the stories about you starts to, you ever play the whisper phone game in elementary school where you whisper something into somebody's ear, and by the time it gets to the other side of the room, it's not the same message as before. It's turned into a totally different message. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you got a circle of kids, and one kid whispers something into the ear, and then so on and so forth. And by the time the message gets all the way around the room, it's been convoluted, so it gets to be a larger than life thing, right? This is how rumors work. There's a fucking episode of Veggie Tales when we were a kid. There was a rumor weed. You remember the rumor weed? There's a little tiny weed, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it's the size of a fucking building. I don't know if you guys remember Veggie Tales. There's an episode about this on Veggie Tales. Okay, well, that Veggie Tales rumor weed is in Florida Department of Corrections and the women's prison, and these women like to gossip. Oh my God, they're worse than the men, and I thought the men were bad. And I'm telling you, bro, like, they think I'm some kind of god. They think I'm this godlike person. They think I'm like a multi-millionaire entrepreneur that owns 20 e-bikes, and they think that I have my own clothing line, and that thousands of my YouTube subscribers are all buying my t-shirts, and I mean, it's just totally exaggerated. So there's things about me that are true that they're saying, but it's like exaggerated times 1,000. They don't realize, like, this shit. Now, Nicole knows the truth, right? Nicole knows the truth. But she's also invested in the whole, you got to understand, Nicole is not going to tell all her friends that this stuff is a lie, because Nicole, she wants to feel like her boyfriend's a big shot. So she knows that I'm not that cool. But she kind of gets off on it. She's the one girl that's actually, well, she's one of the two, her and her girlfriend, they're both my girlfriends. I have two girlfriends. We believe in polygamy. I'm a pagan, right? But, she's invested in the myth making. She gets to be the lucky girl that's coming home to me. So all her friends look at me as this god, basically. And out of all the girls I could have picked, she's the one coming home to me. So I'm trying to break down the psychology here. I'm trying to break down the female psychology. If I'm confusing you guys, if it feels like I'm going 1,000 miles per hour, I apologize. Like, I'm just trying to break it down. Is everybody picking up what I'm putting down here? It's basically like, it's myth making, legend making. Nobody is as cool as people think they are. So let's say, I'm going to give you guys a perfect example. You guys think people thought Tim Kennedy was cool. The Navy SEAL, Tim Kennedy. And it turns out he's not as cool as he says he is. I'm going to give you guys a real life lesson. Nobody is as cool as they say they are. Not me, not Tim Kennedy. Nobody is as cool as they say they are. Nobody. If you're going to get one thing from Jordan Jareb, nobody, remember this lesson that I'm teaching you guys. Nobody is as cool as the legend has it. Everybody is a flesh and blood human being. We are flawed, flesh and blood human beings. We can be killed. We can be murdered. If a .308 round goes through my head, I'm dead. Just like any other human being walking the face of this earth. Nobody is as cool as they say they are. Myth and legend gets out of control with everybody. Everybody you think of some kind of legend, some type of hero, some type of legendary figure, they may be a badass, but they're not as badass as you think they are. They never are. Nobody is as legendary and badass as you probably think they are. Nobody. Not me, not anybody. Nobody. And so the myth, the legend of who a person is a tool. It's a tool. Your reputation is a tool. Use it. So whenever, what's his name? Landon, he was saying that he's got low self-esteem. What if I told you fucking Navy SEAL Tim Kennedy has low self-esteem? You know why? Because when you got to make up a bunch of cool shit about yourself to keep people interested, you were already a Navy SEAL, and you got to make up a bunch of stories of gunfights that you never were in and stuff like that. Tim Kennedy he's a liar, bro. He's made up, and he really is a badass, but he still tells lies about shit. Why? The story is already cool enough. Why do you got to lie? So, I'll give you a perfect example. Everybody thinks I'm some kind of cool badass. You want to know the truth? I was scared when I was in prison. I was scared to death. That shit was scary. I overcame my fear as a man. But you think I wasn't fucking scared? With all those people in there that didn't fucking like me? You think I wasn't scared? And I wasn't just an anonymous person passing through the system either, bro. We'll go to Google right now. We'll type in Jordan Jareb. And look what comes up. Look what comes up. Oops. Oops. You think that made me popular among all the inmates? Being connected to Nicholas Cruz? It was an internet prank. It wasn't real. But do you think these are a bunch of enlightened people that I was in prison with? You think they wanted to hear that? A lot of people liked me in there, and yeah, they did want to hear that. But you think there's not some people in there that wanted to hurt me because I literally joked about kids dying and shit in Broward County? You think there's nobody that was from Broward County that might have felt some type of way about that? You think there's nobody in prison that wanted to kill me? There's a lot of people in Florida Department of Corrections that are from Broward County. Some of them went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. You think they weren't upset that maybe I fucking made a joke about the person that might have killed people they knew? You think they weren't maybe a little upset about that? You think nobody in prison wanted to kill me? Of course there was people in prison that wanted to kill me. Okay? Yeah. So, and I was scared. So everybody thinks I'm this cool, badass, legendary guy, I'm not. I was scared. But I'm not like Tim Kennedy. I'm not going to sit here and tell you a bunch of shit that didn't actually fucking happen. I'm not going to sit here and over embellish. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that a bunch of shit happened that didn't happen. Yeah, I was at the administrative management unit. Yeah, I basically went there on purpose because I wanted to be around all the Unforgivens, because the Unforgiven prison gang more or less kept me safe. There's safety in numbers. So whenever you're doing something in life, I'm specifically, I'm talking to Landon right now, but all of you to an extent, but Landon specifically, I want you to remember whenever you do something in life that's scary, just remember when I did my prison stint, if you look at me as your hero or whatever, just remember I was fucking scared. I just did what I have to do. It's okay to be scared. It's not okay to be paralyzed by fear to where you don't do what you need to do as a man. Being a man is about confronting your fears. That's what being a man is about. Confronting your fears. It's okay to be afraid. It's okay, Landon said he's got self-esteem issues. Landon, these girls have major self-esteem issues. Okay? And their ego has been overinflated by all this attention they get on the internet, which is why you need to write female inmates. These girls are the queens of low self-esteem. Because I'm telling you right now, they'll buy. I'm gonna tell you what guys do. Guys have fucking hobbies. You know what we don't do in the morning? We don't go in front of the mirror and spend 30, 40 minutes applying makeup and doing our hair to present ourselves in some pretty way for the entire world. We don't do that. We have hobbies. I mean, if you look at, like, I was on Tinder like about a year ago. I deleted that shit. I got tired of it, right? When I was on Tinder, these girls would list coffee as a hobby, or like the only thing they'd have is like yoga or going for walks. Like, these girls had no hobbies. Their only hobby is doing their hair, doing their makeup, and posting the perfect selfie so they can get a bunch of attention from men. You tell me that these girls, that you have low self-esteem. These girls don't have anything to talk about. They don't have any hobbies. It's the truth. It's sad. That's why I like female inmates. Because they've been in there reading books, doing self-improvement, listening to podcasts. They don't get any male attention in there. They find better things to do, and they become better people, in my opinion. I know it sounds crazy that female inmates are better than free world women, but I think these girls have more character than a lot of free world women. Harry Carey, that's the Japanese suicide ritual. Yeah, okay, so Eric, you talked about the smuggled cell phones. Yeah, they have smuggled cell phones. Okay, yeah. There's fewer of those in women's prison than in men's prison. I tell you that right now. The smuggling operations men have are far more sophisticated than the ones the women have, in my opinion. I mean, the girls would challenge me on that, but there's not as many contraband cell phones in there. The men have a lot more, okay? But anyways, because the men have drones and shit, and yeah, some of them have contraband cell phones, but a lot of them don't. A lot of them have nobody. A lot of these girls in there have nobody at all. Men will give you the shirt off their back. Women will wait there for a man to give them the shirt off their back. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? And so if you look at evolution, everything women do starts to make sense. If you look at like anthropology and evolution, and guys, look, when Nicole gets out of prison, I'm going to talk just like this in the room with her. There's nothing I say right now that I'm not going to say in the room with her. Watch. Women are different than men because men fight to the death. When the barbarians are storming the gate, the rival tribe, the enemy tribe, is storming the gates of the walled city, right? The men fight to the death, and the women marry whoever wins the battle. So the men die, fight to the death. The women get married to whoever the winner is. If the men win the battle, they get to keep their wives. If the men lose the battle, then their wives become the wives of the conquerors. So the genetics over the course of tens of thousands of years is that you want the conqueror to come in, the bigger, stronger man wins. So that's why women like immigrants. Because if the immigrants are big and strong and from third world countries and been working on a farm all their life, and the men over here have office jobs and have gotten big and fat and lazy and are submissive and passive, then yeah, they're going to want immigration, because you're going to have a steady flow of men from third world countries that are extremely aggressive. And so men are really confused right now because women keep saying things like, I want a sensitive man, and these men are terrible. And you can't take anything these women say at face value. You really can't. It doesn't work like that. I'm just being honest with you. And I know this sounds like some standard like manosphere bullshit, but like you have to look at their actions more than their words, because they'll tell you with a straight face that they want a sensitive man, and then they'll hook up with a third world immigrant from a violent, real rape culture. They'll want like North African immigrants and stuff, and they'll convert to Islam and wear a hijab, and then they'll tell the men, they'll say, "Oh, I want a man that's sensitive," and then they don't hook up with the sensitive man. They hook up with the immigrant from a Middle Eastern country with a real rape culture. So there's a disconnect between what they say and what they actually do. No, women want a strong man that's going to defend them. When they say they want a sensitive man, they're full of fucking shit. Okay? They're full of shit. Now, that doesn't mean that in the right context you can't be sensitive. I'll have my sensitive moments with Nicole after we have sex. Yeah, after I get what I want, then she'll get what she wants. The emotional vulnerability and shit. But I'm not gonna be all sensitive to a girl that we're not having sex regularly. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be all sensitive. I'll be sensitive once I get what I want. And then she'll get what she wants. She wants you to be vulnerable and open and transparent. Yeah, but even that, you do that too much, they'll lose respect for you. And it's not that they'll lose respect for you per se. It's good to have communication and have a healthy relationship and all that. But what I am saying is, like, they want you to defend them. And if you're afraid of telling her like it is, how are you gonna win a physical fight against another man if you're afraid of telling her like it is? I tell Nicole like it is. I tell Desiree like it is. And it's not because I'm a dick. It's just like, I say, look, this is what, like what? So like I'll let's say I'm dating Nicole, and let's say she wakes up one morning and I say, what's wrong? She's got this pouty look on her face. I'm going to say, what's wrong? And she's going to say, oh, nothing. And I'm going to be like, no, something's wrong. I'm fine. If she hits me with the I'm fine, I'll be like, you're damn right you're fine. I'm going to smack her in the ass. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, so what the fuck's going on here? Why are you upset? Really tell me. That's what you do. You know what I mean? Like, so like you got to confront them. Like, no, you're not fine. What's going on? Like, like like I've done that with some exes before. Like, I'm fine. You're damn right you're fine. I slap her on the ass, and then she smiles and giggles, and I'm like, so what's really wrong? That's what you do. So it's these girls. You gotta. What my main advice is: once you have a girlfriend, act like she's your fucking girlfriend. Be assertive. Be aggressive. She's yours now. Act like it. Can I please have permission to walk to this side of the room? No, come on. come on. You know what I mean? Another thing I want to point out, guys. Yes, no means no, but if she's your fucking girlfriend, there's implicit permission to grab her tits anytime you want. Now, if she says no, I'm not in the mood, okay, then yeah, you should stop. No means no. But if this is your fucking girlfriend, hi, can I have affirmative consent to touch your tits? No. It's just little shit like that. And I tell you why this happens is it's the single moms that raised us. And again, I had my stepfather. My dad ran off the fucking Pompano Beach, okay? So I didn't have enough male role model attention until my stepdad really broke this down for me. And thank God he did. Because otherwise I would have had to learn the hard way. Stop being passive with your woman. They don't want that. They truly don't want it. You're hurting them when you do this. You're hurting them. They don't want passive. They want you to be a protector. And they're not good at expressing themselves. The women are very indirect. Very indirect. They're not direct. Men are going to tell, like, hopefully, these days, not so much. Men, historically, traditionally, tell it like it is. Women are going to beat around the bush and take all these little detours. They're not going to tell it like it is. They're, oh, well, this. Men are just like, hey, what you're doing is annoying. Stop that. Like, traditionally, that's how men are. Very blunt. Right? And that's what a woman really wants. Very blunt. Straight to the point. All right? And so a lot of times, a woman in my life, including my mom, this is how I am with my mom too. A lot of times my mom will have this unsure, kind of indecisive, kind of this nervous energy, and I'll be like, what the fuck's going on? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, are we committing to this decision or are we not? Like, what's going on here? Because I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to sit here, like, talking about this for 3 hours and not getting anything done. I got better shit to do than this. I tell my mom stuff like that all the time because there's this weird kind of feminine, nervous energy and stuff, and women secretly want you to come in and be like, what are we doing? Like this indecisive shit? Like, are we doing this or are we doing this? That's what they want to hear. And I've done this with women before. I did this with my ex-girlfriend Trish back in the day. They want that. They got this nervous, indecisive kind of energy, and they want you to make the decision. That's really what that is. And as you get older, this is with your mom too. This is with your sister, this is with your mom, this is with all women in your life, even just acquaintances, friends. Like, if you have a close friendship with a woman that you're not really dating or whatever, or if your mom or your aunt or whatever, and they start doing this weird kind of indecisive bullshit, you just cut right to it like, okay, what is this? We're wasting time. Are we doing this or are we doing this? And they like that. Because secretly, they don't really want to make all the decisions. It's not in their evolution to be the girl boss. They don't want to do that. Society has put the pressure on them to do that, to be that person. They don't want to do that. They're not, their evolutionary biology is not structured that way. They've been brainwashed and told that, like, that's what they need to do, that's the expectation that's been put on them by society. But that's not their natural state of being. Media Play, what's going on, man? Vusenex, good to see you in here. Matt Canali, what's going on, man? How's things in California? I mean California. I feel bad for Matt. I'll be right back, guys. Let me take a piss. Let me take a prison piss. Let me piss while I talk to you guys like a real convict. But yeah, I know what I say might sound like generic manosphere stuff. I don't think we should. I'm not saying you should treat women like shit either. I'm not for that. I don't think women should be treated like shit. I just think they need an assertive, guiding force in their life, right? And that's the masculine energy they're attracted to. They're not attracted to, and I know this is everything that society teaches us not to do, But a woman does not want you to sit there asking her all fucking day. Like, I'm going to give you a perfect example. Have you ever asked a woman where she wants to go to eat? You ever do that? Have you ever asked a woman, like, I don't know, where do you want to go to eat? You notice how that turns into an argument? And you were like, how did this conversation get so shitty? And I'm going to tell you what happened. Because I know this has happened to some of you guys that have had girlfriends before. If you haven't had a girlfriend, man, I'm going to get you guys a girlfriend. Contact me on fucking Telegram. I'll get you a female inmate to write. For fuck's sake, you guys need to get a girlfriend if you haven't got a girlfriend yet. But, like, I'm going to tell you what the disconnect is. Why your girlfriend gets mad at you. Because she secretly wants you to say, hey, we're going to go get pizza today. And I don't know what it is about that. That turns them on. It makes them want to have sex. I don't know why. But when you walk into the room and say, hey, we're going to go get pizza, hop in the car. That's what they want to be told. If she likes you already. If she doesn't like you already, it's like it feels weird, like you're trying to kidnap her or something. But if she's already kind of likes you, she's already shown like an interest in being your girlfriend, and you walk up to her and say, hey, get in the car, we're going to go get some pizza. She might even playfully say, well, what if I don't want to get pizza? And so I'm paying for it. I say we're going to go get pizza. I mean, we could decide what pizza place we go to. But I think we're going to go get pizza, and I'm paying for it. So we're going to get pizza. That's what they want to hear. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and you'll notice if you've ever been in a relationship and you ask her, I don't know, where do you want to go to eat? You notice how it turns into a huge argument? What she's afraid to say is that she's turned off by your lack of male dominant energy force. Because in her mind, the ideal man would say, we're going to go get some pizza. I know, you know what I mean? Like, hop in the car. We're going to go get some pizza. In her mind, the ideal man does not say, I don't know, where do you want to go to eat? You know, I value your opinion. And I know this is weird, but that sensitive man bullshit, that's what, again, if we were raised by single moms, that's the shit mommy told us to do. And it's sabotage. Yeah, our moms sabotaged us with that shit. Because there's a disconnect between what women say and what they actually want. I'm just being honest with you guys. Yeah, Harry Carey, I can get you. Listen, you guys need to contact me. I got the link on Telegram of my Telegram, and don't post it in the actual chat. Send me a private message on Telegram at the conclusion of this stream. If you're serious about writing female inmates in the Florida Department of Corrections like I do, and you want to write female inmate and use the Securus app, then contact me on Telegram, and I'll help you set that up. Okay? If you're serious about doing it. I'm not going to do it for you, but any information you have, I can give you an initial contact. I've already put a few on the stream, but, you know. So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that. And again, I'm not telling you to go be a dick toward women. I'm not like Andrew Tate. I'm not telling you to go be an asshole toward women and treat them like crap. I'm not telling you to do that. What I am telling you is that, listen, I was in prison. I read all 3 50 Shades of Grey novels. And I know this sounds crazy. At the bare minimum, here's what I want you guys to do. Go to Chat GPT. As a matter of fact, we're going to fucking do it together. We're going to fucking do it right now. Watch this. Give me a list of details about the fictional character Christian Grey from 50 Shades of Grey. Okay, so this girl that wrote this fucking book, came up with the ultimate man. This is the ultimate woman's fantasy right here. The fictional character Christian Grey. He's in his late 20s. He's about 6'2". Okay, obviously, fucking, and you can't control that. But let's look at number 3. Yes, he's rich. He's rich as fuck. He's a billionaire. But let's look at number 3. This is important. Personality traits and behavioral profile. Control-oriented, exhibits a strong need for control in both personal and professional life. This stems from early trauma and loss of control during childhood. Now, that's important. I can fix him. But also, he's very controlling. But he's also damaged goods that needs to be fixed. So he's a billionaire. He's got all of his shit together, but he's also damaged goods at the same time. He's dominant. Exhibits dominance in relationships, particularly sexual. Women love that. Intelligent and strategic. Business savvy, highly intelligent, analytical. Look at me. Doomsday prepper. Look at this office that I got here. Look at the other screen that I got, okay? So you've already seen, look at this fucking place. Look at this place and how it's set up. It's a bit of a fucking mess right now, but look at this shit. You know what I mean? I mean, look at the way this place is set up. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just, doomsday prepper is actually probably a pretty attractive hobby for a woman. Because if a woman finds a man that's a fucking doomsday prepper, then that's a man that can take care of her in a time of crisis, right? So, again, highly strategic, highly organized, highly rational. It's the opposite energy to the woman. The woman is creative, spontaneous energy. The man is a cold, rational, everything she's not. The woman is emotionally regulated. There's this unease. There's this angsty, indecisiveness. There's this sort of spontaneous, kind of feminine energy. It's like ADHD. It kind of bounces around everywhere. Women are like more schizophrenic. Men are more autistic. Women are just kind of scatterbrained, not really aware of their own emotions, even though they might seem like they're aware of their emotions. They're really not. Women are just kind of indecisive, passive, flowing like water, right? Men are their erection, right? Literally, like there's phallic symbols, Nordic runes and stuff. Strength. Think of an erection. Think of strength, power, vitality. Women are flowing, indirect, flexible. Men are strength, force, power. That's men, right? And so you got to remember these archetypes. And you have to remember that thousands of years of human evolution have not changed because a bunch of fucking liberal hippies got together in the 1960s and decided that the world is all of a sudden changed because we decided that the world changed. Okay? And that's the reality. There's biological realities to human beings, and they're very politically incorrect. Very politically incorrect. And yes, we're all individuals, and there's individuals that break the mold. Obviously, because there's men that act like fucking women. It's more common than ever, really. And there's obviously women that act like fucking men. And there's obviously, you know what I'm saying? There's all types of people that do all types of things. Okay? Yes. But there's general category. I don't want to go into everything, but you guys know, like, I have some pretty controversial opinions on these things. I can be that Mr. Gray easier than I thought. My mother taught me not to be controlled because my father was controlling. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, your father was controlling, and he is your father. Your father is a genetic success. So is all of our fathers. So, our mothers can complain about our fathers. Our mothers can complain about our fathers all they want, but our fathers busted a nut up in there. My father busted a nut up in my mother. So you can complain they can complain all they want. Oh, you're just like your father. Your father's terrible. Oh, your father. Okay. You let him put bodily fluids deep up in you. You got real close to him. You let him shoot bodily fluids deep up in you. Couldn't be that bad. Can't be that bad of a person. Either that or you just made a terrible judgment call. Which is it? So every woman has to be confronted with that. If they say that their kid's father is terrible, okay, A, you had an incredibly close encounter with a guy that you knew was terrible, or B, you drove away a perfectly good guy. I mean, which is it? So there's a lot of inherent contradictions with everything women say. And so that's why, you got to stop listening to women for dating advice. Never listen. Like, there's this girl on YouTube, her name is Magic Maya, and this and that, and some of the things she says is actually true about the energy and the assertiveness and stuff like that. And I'm not, like I said, you don't have to be an asshole toward women. You can be very nice to them. You can be very kind to them. But when you're nice to them and when you're kind to them, it has to be in the right context, right? It has to be like you pull up on your girlfriend and you tell her, or just a girl and you say, the energy has to be this. You got to tell her, I care about you, and I'm going to protect you from yourself if I have to. And I'm here to secure things, and I'm here to keep things safe, and I'm here to protect, and I will protect you from yourself if I have to. That's the right mentality. That's the right energy. You're the protector, and you'll protect them from themselves if you have to, right? And so that's the main thing. And men get caught up in like, why is she doing this? Why is she starting these random arguments and shit? And I used to suffer from this, bro. When I was with Trish, I didn't know why. Why is she starting these random fucking arguments? And it's because I was being too nice and I was being too passive. And it doesn't mean you got to be mean, but even the niceness has to be done in the right way. It has to be done in an assertive way. And what I've found is women don't like excessive amounts of freedom. They want you to come in the room and say, hey, we're going to go get pizza. Let's hop in the car. Right? We're going to go get some pizza. Hop in the car. They want that. And it's this weird emotional, they're not sure of things, and they're kind of, women have this weird kind of energy to them, and I don't know exactly how to describe it. It's this indecisiveness, and unfortunately a lot of men have it too. And nothing turns them off more than indecisiveness. Because that's a female trait, is the indecisiveness. I'm not sure. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. That's a really beta vibes. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be that guy that can never decide things. Indecisiveness is the worst trait that a man could fucking have. I'm telling you guys, it's better to make a bad decision than it is to make no decision at all. I'm telling you. Because if you live your entire life making no decision, that's the worst decision. It's better to make a bad decision in life than it is to make no decision at all. Making no decision at all, and I know that sounds crazy, but being indecisive about things is the worst quality a man can have. Worst quality that a man can have. 100%. You can't do that to yourself. You got to be decisive. Now, granted, preferably, you want to make a decision that you've thought out well. You want to think it out. I'm not saying don't think about things before you do them. What I am saying is, if you're going to do a U-turn on the interstate, do you commit to the decision, or do you stop halfway through the U-turn? So if you commit to the decision to do something, whatever it is, you trust yourself as a man because you've committed to doing this decision. So I mean that's the advice that, and this isn't just with women, this is with life in general. You think about what you're going to do. Don't overanalyze. You don't want analysis paralysis, but yeah, you should think about things before you do them. Otherwise, you might end up in prison. You should think about things before you do them. But analysis paralysis, not committing to the decision, making a decision and aborting halfway through. Imagine a fucking bank robber that pulls out the gun. You've already committed a felony. You pulled the gun on the cash, the teller, the bank teller. You pull a gun on the bank teller, and then you decide after you pull the gun out, on second thought, I'm not going to rob this bank. I'm sorry. And then you leave, and then your ass gets arrested for a robbery, and then you decided not to do the robbery halfway through. What kind of shit is that? You should have just not done the robbery or just fucking done it all the way through. You've already committed to this decision. You've already whipped the gun out. You're already robbing this bank. Are you just going to stop robbing the bank? Like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't rob a bank. Don't live your life like that, guys. Don't live your life like that. And I know this sounds obvious, but there's so many things in life I see men, like, I'm not going to lie. You know what really, really annoys me? And I've seen this with white nationalists. I've seen this with juggalos. All the people I know that were claiming to be like juggalos 10 years ago, you notice they're all distancing themselves and like pretending that they never were a juggalo. And it's like, I have more respect for a person that says, "Oh, I used to be a juggalo. I'm not with that shit no more." I have more respect for that person than the person that literally wants to rewrite their history and be like, "No, I was never with those people." Cuz the one of the main insane clown posse guys has been saying crazy shit that basically pro-pedophile statements, basically. Now, granted, nothing he said is any more radical than Elvis Presley, but that's a subject for another time. The point is, how do you, like, take Christian Piccolini, for example. He left the white nationalist movement, but he will look at you in your eyes and he will say, "I was a skinhead in the 1990s. He will look at you in the eyes and tell you that. And he'll say, "That's not me anymore." Right? I have more respect for a man that does that than a man that runs from his own past and says, "Oh, I wasn't involved with any of that." It looks weak. If you do something, stand by your actions as a man. Whatever the fuck you do. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you're a communist. Let's say you were a communist for 10 years, right? And then you decide that you don't want to be a communist anymore. You need to look people in the eye and come clean. Yeah, I was a communist for 10 years. The fuck do I look like not admitting? Like, if somebody asked me, were you used to be an ROF. People do this to me, guys. People confront me like, "You used to be in a white militia group." "Yeah, you're a bad dude, Jordan. You used to be in a white militia group." And I say, "And?" "Yeah, I was." You get what I'm saying? The fuck do I look like running from who I was or who I am, or because I mean, like, I still think European people have the right to exist. I believe European people have the right to their culture. I don't hate other groups of people, but I still think that. And the reason I joined Republic of Florida is because my neighborhood was getting invaded by criminals that were coming and terrorizing us, breaking into our cars, breaking into our homes, and assaulting and robbing people, and women were getting raped and shit. That's why I joined Republic of Florida Militia. And so, like, I don't make any apologies about that. I'm not in Republic of Florida Militia anymore because I decided it was time for me to do something different, and that's a personal decision that I made. But I'm not going to run from my past. I'm not going to run from who I was. I'm going to commit to being real. And that's what men need to do. Commit to the decision, whatever the fuck you do. And then once you do it, Don't apologize for it. Or if you do apologize for it, don't sweep it under the rug like you didn't do it. Just say, yeah, I did that. Take accountability for who you are, what you do, what you represent. Take accountability for it. Take ownership of it. There's nothing worse than a man that literally tries to pretend he didn't do some shit and wants to do some revisionist history on some shit he did 2 years ago. So I see a lot of guys that I know for a fact were juggalos a couple years ago, and I talked to him, hey man, you still hanging out with the juggalos? Juggalos? I was never a juggalo. It's like, bro, I got a picture of you with a hatchet man and like your face is painted camo and you're going to ICP concerts. Like, why do you want to, like, as a man, never let another man catch you with your hand in some type of fucking cookie jar, bro? Never be in that position. So let's say you used to be a communist and now you're hanging out with far right people and they call you out on that. We heard you used to be a communist. Yeah, I used to be. And I've switched sides. So what? Never, never let somebody cuck you with the truth. Never let another person cuck you with the truth. How many politicians get caught with their hand in some type of cookie jar doing some shit they can't justify? Think about it. Don't get caught doing that. Whatever that is, by the way. Whatever you do in life, do it with intention. Whatever you do in life, do it with intention, please. Matt Canali saying, I used to be a liberal. And yeah, a lot of people used to be liberal. When I was 12 years old, I used to be a liberal. I used to support Obama and everything when I was 12 years old. I didn't know any better. Superficially, Obama seems like kind of a chill guy, doesn't he? Doesn't he seem kind of chill? Seems like kind of a chill guy. Kind of seems like a, I don't know. He seems kind of chill. I don't like his policies. I don't like what he's done. I think his policies suck. But I mean, like, in terms of like personality wise, he seemed like a likable guy. People liked him. Just like people like Trump. Trump is kind of like the right-wing Obama. He's kind of likable. Certainly more likable than like Kamala Harris or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I just want you guys to commit to decisions. Let me tell you about prison, right? Let's say you got 50 years in prison. Let's say you're not going home from prison for a very, very long time. And let's say you join a prison gang. And let's say they give you a lock and a sock. And they're going to send you on a fucking mission. You're going to smash somebody's head in with a lock. And in exchange for that, that's your blood in mission. It's blood in, blood out. So they tell you, after you smash this guy's head in with a lock, you're going to be part of our gang. All right? Let me tell you what not to do. You don't you got the lock in your hand and the sock in your hand. You run up to the guy. You got your hand up like this. You're about to smash the lock into the guy's head. Can you imagine, like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't do this, halfway through doing it? Like I was saying earlier, like you pull out a gun, you're about to rob a bank, and the gun's already out. You might as well commit to the decision. If you were not going to rob the bank, then you should have did that. You should have thought about that before you pulled the gun out. You've already committed the decision, guys. So that's the advice I'm trying to impress upon you. And there's so many areas in life with this, and women are watching when it comes to shit like that, right? So always execute your plan. And I'm going to tell you, Nicole loves this about me. The fact that I'll think about something for a long time, and then when all the dominoes are lined up, I execute the plan. For better or for worse. Maybe this plan sucks. Maybe I'm going to die. Maybe this is the fucking end. for Jordan Jareb. But I've lined up all these dominoes and let the chips fall where they may, and we're executing this plan. Boom. For better or for worse. Maybe the plan will work. Maybe the plan won't work. But we're not going to abandon the plan halfway through. We don't do that as men. We plan, and then we execute the plan, and we don't have second thoughts halfway through, like, oh, maybe I don't want to do this. No. Now, you do that on paper, sure. Do that in your brain. Think about it. Think about it long and hard. Like, do I really want to do this? Is this the way we want to do this? You know, like in the bank robber scenario, if you give it enough thought, you probably come to the conclusion that robbing a bank is a bad idea. But you don't wait till you've already pulled the gun out to make that decision, right? You get what you guys picking up what I'm putting down? I hope so. I hope you guys are realizing this. But yeah, you got to be you've got to be consistent, and you have to execute your plans all out. You know, if you're not decisiveness, you know, is huge. So I personally would not join the IDF. Harry Carey, you're not. Do we got an Israeli in the chat? Do we got an Israeli in the chat? We got you know, Israeli Defense Force. No, I don't think you should join the IDF. Harry Gary, I don't think you should. But I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. I'm not going to tell any of you guys what to do. That's one thing I don't do on my channel. I'm not going to lie. Like, I never tell anybody. I'll tell you what I think you should do. But you guys will notice on my channel, I never tell people what to do. And I never tell people what to think. Those are two things I don't do on my channel. Right? So I give people strong suggestions. I could tell people what I would do. And I give people suggestions. I tell people what I would do in certain situations, but I'm never going to tell anybody what to think. If there's a communist in the chat right now, I don't give a shit, bro. Like, I think that that's a stupid, twisted ideology that's failed every single time. But that's not really the purpose of this channel. The purpose of this channel is not to like tell people what to do or what to think. I don't do that. I'm not in the business of doing that. There's other people that do that. I think critical thinking is very important. Oh, by the way, we're looking at the profile of the fictional character Christian Grey, who's the ideal man in the minds of many, many women. And he's got lots of skills. You know, he knows how to like negotiate in business, and he's got good physical fitness. He's good with technology. It's not mentioning this here, but he knows how to fly a helicopter. You know, and weaknesses and flaws. He's got emotional trauma. Okay, so that makes her think that he needs fixing. He's got trust issues. Not gonna lie to you guys, women love that shit. Women love trust issues. They love men that don't trust anybody. I don't know why. They do. Right? And so I know that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but women love men with trust issues. Because if it's something like anything that makes you look like you're part of a crime thriller, you know what I mean? Anything like, especially with these female inmates, because they read these romance novels, which were the original poison that entered women's minds, was these romance novels. I mean, believe it or not, Leon the Professional. You know what I mean? This guy. Not a particularly handsome man, right? But I mean, like, weren't women, if I'm not mistaken, women were fucked up about this guy, right? Not the most handsome man ever, but it's just the fucking character he played. You know, here we have Jason Statham. Is Jason Statham a fucking handsome guy? I mean, he's bald. I think I look better than he does if I wasn't fat. I mean, you know what I mean? I think I look cooler than he does. I think my personality's better than his. But he's got the accent, you know, so he's got the Captain Price accent going on there, you know. But I mean, I don't know, bro. Is he a super fucking handsome guy? I don't. I mean, if he's clean shaven and you put a 3-piece suit on the guy, I mean, but you could do that to any guy and make him look good. If I had a proper haircut right now, which I don't, believe it or not, I know it looks like I just got a good head of hair, guys. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he is a great actor. That's the point. It's the personality. It's the kind of it's the flair. It's the ready for anything. You know what Jason Statham doesn't do? Hey, honey, where do you want to go out to eat tonight? Where do you want to go out to eat? I don't know. He doesn't do that. So. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. But as we said earlier tonight, one aspect of this is supply and demand. So that's why I say if you're trying to catch a fish, you should go where the fish are, right? And you should go where there's fewer fishermen that you're competing against. So Tinder is a no-go, right? Tinder is a no-go. You're dead before you even started. You're competing against thousands of other men, and these are really the worst women on Tinder because they're obsessed. They're obsessed with men's attention. So it's just a no-go. It's a non-starter. You're already dead. You just got stealth camped. You're on a fucking PvP server, and you just got spawn camped. That's what just happened, right? You just got fucking spawn camped when you go on Tinder. Yeah, they're spawn camping you. They're grifting. They're griefing. Spawn camping you. Like you can't even. You're not even getting. Nothing's getting done. Spawn camping. Whereas when you write female inmates, all the cards are working in your favor. When you go on the Securus app, I mean, there's just so many. There's a lot of women I talk to, guys. A lot of women I talk to, and my girlfriend's okay with it because I do stuff for them, and I'm kind of famous in there, and I don't really talk to them that much anymore because, like I said, I don't have enough stamps to be talking to all of them like that. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to be talking to them like that. I'm not going to be doing that. Redneck Cybertruck, what's going on, man? Harry Carey, Fear Rogue, Overzerbador. Guys, just a reminder, if you have not already, make sure to be part of the Telegram. Make sure to join the Telegram. I got 2 Telegrams. I got the public one, and I got I actually got 2. And make sure to send me a private message. If you think if you're a big fan of this channel, please send me a private message, because I want to be in contact with those who consider themselves my biggest fan. Nicole is not out now. Nicole, Matt Canali asked if Nicole is out. Nicole gets out August 3rd. If anybody wants to kill me, I'll be at the Greyhound bus station at Tallahassee, August 3rd, around noon. I'll be there. If anybody wants to take a precision rifle and kill me, that's where I'll be. But yeah, and I really, it, I accidentally kind of leaked it earlier. I don't really give a shit, you know. But if anybody does want to meet me, that is where I'll be August 3rd. I'm not in the habit of telling people where I'll be and when. This is a very rare occasion when I do something like this. But if anybody wants to meet me and Nicole, then you can. I normally don't do that. I normally never tell people where I'll be and when. But me and Nicole will be united. My neighbor buddy, me and my neighbor were picking her up. And I know people have wanted to meet Nicole. And look, I actually do want to meet my subscribers. If anybody is interested in coming out to meet me, I'd be interested in meeting people. That's probably something we're going to be doing November, December, maybe October. Later this year, when it gets colder, I got a bonfire pit, and I'd be extremely interested in meeting with some of my subscribers. I'd absolutely 100% be down. And some of you guys, maybe some female inmates will show up. Some of Nicole's friends when they get out. Maybe you could meet some girls that are already free or whatever. Like I talked to some girls that are already free, because the first thing they like to do when they get out is they text me. I've got girls I've never even talked to that text me when they first get out. Let's see if I can hold on one second. I don't want to dox this girl. I wish there was a way I could take this off the screen, because it shows her number. So I wish there was a way I could take this off the screen. Okay, it doesn't show the whole number. This is one of the girls that's texting me, and apparently she's got out of prison, and she just bought herself a new motorcycle. Or is this her, or is this... Hold on a second. Is this her, or is this, Hold on. I'm trying to figure out which person this is. Let me check my phone. This is the phone app. This might be one of y'all, actually. I don't think so. Okay, no, that's Amanda. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure that was Amanda, because it's not showing her name on the screen. Okay, I'm making sure that's her. Yeah, all right, that is her. That is Amanda that bought the motorcycle. I'm just making sure that wasn't, I was making sure that wasn't one of y'all. And the reason the other screen is doing that is because I grabbed the phone. And I can tell it's still recording, which is pretty funny. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna shut that other feed off. I'm gonna shut the other camera feed off, guys. We're not using it right now. Sometimes I just test features out, just because, why not? Why not? Yeah, I'm not in Texas, but if people want to travel, I am in North Florida, so if people are in wherever, it's not like I'm way deep into South Florida. So if you're in like the American Eastern, region, like let's say you're in Georgia or Alabama or Texas or Louisiana, like I'm not super far away because I know with people that live in South Florida, anybody that's in like the U.S. heartland, it's a big trip to get to South Florida because you got to go all the way down through the state. It's part of the reason Tallahassee, the state capital, I think is so because I mean the state capital of Florida is a couple miles away from Georgia. It's basically right near the Georgia border. And I think that's for a reason because if you're traveling to Florida by car and you need to get to the state capital, you don't want to drive all the way through this giant peninsula to get to the capital. So I think that's why they put Tallahassee where they put it. There's actually a map of Tallahassee behind me. There's actually two maps of Tallahassee behind me. I know you guys have seen these before. Hold on, guys. So, yeah, there's two maps of Tallahassee behind me. And I think I really do believe that's why Tallahassee is where it is. Because if they had Tallahassee, if they had the state capital in Central Florida, then I think that'd be a clusterfuck for their relationship with the federal government and the other states. Because it'd be much harder to access. Harry Carey is in Ohio. We got several Ohio people here. I got a lot of people from Ohio that like my channel. I think I'm gonna have some Ohio merchandise. I got some merchandise I sell with Texas flags on it. Ohio is a big state for me. For my audience. I got a lot of people from Ohio. Well, when you visit your brother, you can come visit me, maybe stop through, I mean, we're not doing that at this stage, but I think later this year I'd be open to that, I got a section of my property that I don't feel comfortable having people that I don't know that well coming past my inner perimeter. I have my property sectioned off into different areas. I know you guys have seen this. And I wouldn't feel comfortable having you guys go through my second perimeter until I get to know you guys better. But in terms of the area where the fire pit is and all that, I would be comfortable meeting with my subscribers in that area. Right? So you guys know my property is divided into different zones. Hold on one second, guys. I'm going to actually show you. I've got different zones on my property. I've got like a checkpoint that goes into like my more secure area here, you know what I'm saying? So this is my property. You guys have seen it in the videos, and this section right here is actually my inner perimeter. I don't like putting my outer perimeter on camera. I try to avoid. There's a couple times when small little chunks of my outer perimeter have gotten on camera. But for the most part, I don't like putting pictures of my outer perimeter on camera. It's not something I like doing for operational security type reasons, right? But I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Let me move someone on camera. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't feel comfortable with you guys passing this particular fence. But my subscribers, once I talk to you guys and get to know you guys individually, I'd be comfortable with you being on my property and I could get to know you better. But you're not going past that sign right there and past that perimeter until I get to know you better. Does that make any sense? Like, that's my inner circle goes past that fence. Nobody that's like not in my inner circle goes past that fence right there. Right? Nicole gets out August 3rd, guys. Eric McCabe, what's going on? Mr. Big, Mr. Big Bazinga, Big Bazinga. That's a funny name. Yeah. And so yeah, I got a big bonfire pit, and I got lots of folding chairs and stuff, and like, I'm more than happy to have you guys, I mean, I'd have to vet you a little bit. Like, you got to send me a private message on Telegram, and then we'll talk on the phone, and then you'll get the address of my property. And then that's like my first stage of security. And then, you could meet, we could have like a bonfire where I meet with my subscribers. And then as I get to know you guys better, eventually you could come past this perimeter right here and you could join my inner circle. But I got to warn you, not that many people are going to be part of my inner circle. I'm very careful. I got my outer circle and I got my inner circle. And I'm very careful about who I let be in my inner circle. Very few people get to do that. So, everything past that banner right there, only members of my inner circle go past that banner right there. And so I guess the Comcast man that fixes my internet is technically part of my inner circle. But I mean, look, bro, this is a big piece of land, and like, I have people mow the front section of my property because it's huge. I got a guy that brings a tractor, and they mow the front section of my property and out by the road and stuff. I mow my own lawn behind this fence. My maintenance workers and shit that I have that come through, like, I got a maintenance guy named Pat who's friends with my stepdad for years. I don't let him pass this fence, really. I have a couple times because he was a friend of my stepdad, and sometimes something breaks, and but very few people get behind this fence right here. The Jerub Farm inner perimeter is some serious shit, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. The inner perimeter of my farm is some serious shit. It is. I know, and I know it sounds like I'm being dramatic, but this fence right here is a big deal. That gate right there, if you walk through this gate, that is not something I just let everybody do. Walk through this gate right here. People come on my property, and we might have a party or a get together or something. But walking past this gate right here is not something many people are gonna get to do. I'm just being honest. Only my inner circle goes to this gate, with a few very notable exceptions. And when the Comcast guy was here, I was sitting there watching him the whole time. You know what I mean? Like, if there's somebody, like some type of maintenance person to fix the air conditioning or whatever, he's going to be watched the whole fucking time. This place, I live on a secure facility, basically. Right? So, but just you coming on my property means I trust you to some extent. So if you get invited to a bonfire party, don't take it personally if you don't go past this gate. So don't take it personally, guys. Please don't. Because most people are not going to get past this gate. Most people are not. That gate stays locked, and most people are not going to get past it. I don't let people through there. You guys have kind of been through there, just not physically. I mean, I film videos in there. I mean, there's a lot of symbolic, that gate, that section is a very symbolic place. It's a very symbolic place to me. I have issues on some level. I have trust issues, guys. And there's something very symbolic about this fence that I had built. It's not, and you notice I even went through the trouble of painting it. I've got it a non-reflective flat gray, and I put a stop sign on it, and I put these reflectors on it, and I got these lights on it. This fence is like, it's a very symbolic thing. Very deep, like, psychology here, guys. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, there's some fucking, yeah, there's some weird metaphysical kind of shit going on here. I'm not gonna lie to you. And it stems, it stems from, like, trust issues, which is a form of insecurity, which everybody has, and I don't want you guys to lose sight of that. I don't want you guys to lose sight of that. Everybody's insecure on some level, like, pretty much. We're all just fucking human beings. And just like I said earlier, nobody is as cool as they say they are. And if you take one thing from Jordan Jareb, it's that. Nobody is as cool as they say they are. There's a lot of Tim Kennedys out there and shit that want to convince you that they're some kind of larger than life god or something, and we're all just flesh and blood human beings. That's the main thing I want. That's the main takeaway I want you guys to remember, especially with dealing with women. Women are extremely insecure. So definitely don't treat them like they're some kind of larger than life goddess, because they're the most insecure of all, really. The modern woman, yeah, they're very, very insecure. So Harry Carey, Dean P. What's up? Your girlfriend is pretty. Enjoy clapping later. Am I gonna enjoy clapping her? Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's first on the agenda when she comes. I don't know. We might not even make a video August 3rd. We might be too busy just fucking. You know, I mean, because, I mean, I've been waiting for her for the better part of a year now, and I'm loyal. I ain't been cheating on her. You know, and she's been waiting for me for the better part of a year now. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to make a video when she gets out. We might be too busy going at it. You know what I mean? And you guys saw my nightstand, how I got a television in my bedroom hooked up to a mini PC. You guys know that's a gooning station. I mean come on. And so I tell you what, you know how I say people get porn brained and they can't get an erection? I haven't gotten porn brained. Like, I just don't jizz as fast. I don't nut as fast. Like I used to nut way too fast, and like I guess porn has made me to where like it takes me forever to nut. Like I don't lack an erection or nothing. I just fucking, I don't know. That's what porn did to me. Porn made it to where it takes me forever to nut. It's funny how that works. So that's like porn brain. Like normal guys get porn brained and they can't get an erection. Whereas me, I've never had a problem getting an erection ever. It hasn't happened yet. I'm 30 years old. I've never had that issue. But like I just can't like jizz as fast, which the ladies love that. A, a guy that just can't nut and he just keeps going and going. The ladies love that shit. So I mean, you know, um, that's why women hook up with meth heads and stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is a weird problem that I think I don't know. I don't know. But it might just be the fact that I'm older and I've had a lot of experience and like maybe it's that. But this happens when I'm gooning too. So the word gooning is funny to me. You know what I mean? By the way, guys, I'm not with the no fap bullshit. I'm with the pro fap. Yeah, I'm with the ProFap. Like if you read like Men's Health magazine and shit and you look at all the actual scientific studies, like it's good to release. Now, what I will tell you is you have a problem if you're jerking off at like 2 p.m. But if you do it right before you go to bed and you're not doing it 8 times a day when you should be working and shit, you don't got a problem, man. There's nothing. Yeah, goon squad. Goon squad for real, bro. Telling men that they're wrong for fucking doing their own thing and pleasuring themselves before they go to bed or whatever, that's fucking stupid, bro. That's not men's empowerment. That's this weird enslavement shit. And there's not a shit ton of scientific evidence that really increases testosterone or anything like that. Look, I'm going to tell you guys the real deal, right? I know the men in prison, these big, strong, raw, fucking mega men in prison, guess how many times per day they jerk off? They jerk off about 8 times per day. And you can ask any corrections officer, these big, strong men in prison are constantly jerking off. And how do you know? Well, because they go back to their cell and they put the blanket up over their cell to where you can't see inside, and they stay in there for 30 minutes. And why do they do that? Well, because they're jerking off. That's what that means when you do that. You put a flag up on the door, which is a towel, and that basically lets people know that you're in there jerking off. And there's big, strong, muscular, huge dudes that are constantly going into their cell, watching porn on their hacked tablets, or just looking at pictures their girlfriend sends them and jerking off in their cell. Big, strong, huge men that make me look small by comparison. Huge, solid muscle bodybuilder types, and they're doing it 8 times a day. And you mean to tell me that no fap is real? Come on, bro. These dudes in prison that look like the Incredible Hulk, and they're jerking off 8 times a day. Now, I'm going to tell you the real reason male prison inmates are that huge. Number one, men with higher levels of testosterone already engage in socially deviant behavior, violent behavior. They're more likely to end up incarcerated anyway. So there's already a baseline higher level of testosterone in there. 2, if you're around other men with high levels of testosterone all day, like I said earlier, everybody in there is scared, pretty much. Some men don't have fear, fine. Most men in there are scared. And that fear of being beat up or something makes your body kick into testosterone producing mode. That's why men that are at the gym, surrounded by, if you go to a gym with big, strong Arnold Schwarzenegger looking guys and you're pumping iron around guys like that, you're going to get bigger and stronger because your brain is going to trigger like more testosterone production. So this is actually like a known, they've done studies on this. This is why even though inmates don't have access to protein powders and stuff like that, they still get huge. That's why. So going to prison gives you higher testosterone because you're surrounded by other men. It scares the shit out of you. And being surrounded by big, stupid, fucking Incredible Hulk motherfuckers all day, that triggers your brain to produce more testosterone. Having children lowers your testosterone. When you're in a relationship and you have a girlfriend, that lowers your testosterone as well. It's probably where the myth of the no-fap thing came from. When you already have a girlfriend, it kind of lowers your testosterone. You see, I'm not going to lie to you. Women pull away our masculine energy because women want to take our energy and kind of like twist it and like use it to their own purposes, right? But then when they twist it and use it for their own purposes, they lose respect for you because what they're doing is they're doing a biological test to make sure that you can protect them. That's what the shit test is. They're testing you to make sure that you're tough so that you can protect them. That's what the shit test is. So I'm just letting you guys know. So you don't want to let them pull away all your masculine energy and stuff like that. You got to know how to tell them no, but you also got to know how to walk in the room and be like, hey, we're gonna go get some pizza. Get in the car, you know. And believe me, she's probably gonna say, ooh, we're gonna go get pizza. Okay. If she doesn't feel like getting pizza, she will tell you. Okay. But more often than not, if you say, hey, look at the way, and I don't want to get super racial here, but look at the way like black guys in like the hood talk to their girlfriends. Hey, bitch, get in the car. We getting some pizza. You see what I mean? Like it's assertive. It's manly. And I'm not saying you should literally be like that. I don't think you should call her a bitch, but you get what I'm saying? It's assertive. It's manly. That's like how a gangster like tells his it's how like a gangster tells his girlfriend, like, hey, hey, bitch, get in the car, we're getting some pizza. You know what I mean? Like that's manly. It's assertive. It may not be the most enlightened way to talk to a woman, but you get what I'm saying. And I know I keep going back to the pizza example. I've probably beat a dead horse with the pizza thing, but it's not with that. It's everything. It's like, I mean, you tell your girlfriend, you look depressed today. I think you need to go for a walk. I really think that's what you need. Let's go. Let's go for a walk. You need a walk. Let's get some sunlight. Come on. You've been in here all depressed all day. I know you're anxious and shit. And let's take you outside. You need to go outside. You tell a girl that, oh my God. And so you're not asking her, what's wrong? And she says, I'm fine. And then you're stuck wondering, you're in this loop, like she's obviously not fine, but she says she's fine. What do I do? What do I do? Does not compute. And it's like, bro, it's like you can't take anything they say at face value. Once you learn that, things get better. So you say, nah, everything's not fine. You need to go outside. Let's get some sunlight. Let's go outside. Let's go for a walk. No, I can tell you're depressed, so I'm going to take you outside. We're going to go for a walk. Boom. And if she doesn't want to go for a walk, she'll tell you. She'll be like, I don't want to go for a walk. And so I think you need to go for a walk. Well, I really don't want to. And it's like, well, what is it? If you don't need sunshine, then what do you need? Well, let's get to the bottom of this. Boom. That's the kind of language. You freezing up and not knowing how to react to the I'm fine thing. You know, um, you know, she's not fine. It's a shit test. She wants to see if you're gonna take the wheel. You know what I mean? It's a shit test. And again, this is in their biology. They're testing you to see, are you ready to defend them? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I see you guys talking about testosterone. I don't know how much testosterone I have. I used to think my levels were too low because I have man boobs. But I talked to a doctor and he said, based on the way you act and he says, I think your testosterone levels are fine. He said, you're just fat and your fat cells androgenize your testosterone and turn it into limited amounts of estrogen, which make man boobs. You're just fat. That's what the doctor told me. I mean, the doctor told me that my doctor told me that my testosterone levels, we didn't actually test it, but he said my levels are probably pretty high, and that my fat is just, see, estrogen is an androgen, so fat actually can convert testosterone into estrogen. So you'll notice like there's kind of like the used car salesman archetype, kind of the fat guy that sells cars for a living, and he's very assertive and he's very confident. And you'll notice like there's fat guys that work at car dealerships or something. It's kind of like an archetype. And you'll notice that women love that kind of guy, the fat businessman type. He's fat, but he's really confident. And you'll notice a lot of those guys have man boobs. And it's like, what the fuck? How does this guy with man boobs have such high levels of testosterone? Is because like a lot of dudes with man boobs actually have high levels of testosterone because the fat is androgenizing the testosterone and converting it into estrogen. So they're just pumped up full of hormones, and it's also the shit they put in the food and stuff like that. So you could be a fat guy with man boobs and still have high levels of testosterone. That's kind of a myth that a guy with man boobs has low testosterone. He might even have higher than normal levels. Views and X. Thank you. Thank you for yeah, Views and X. I think Views and X has a girlfriend. He's one of the guys in the chat. And I think he'll back me up on this. Like, this is true about women. You just have to be, they want you to take the wheel and to, like, hey, we're going to go get some pizza. Let's go get some pizza. They don't want to sit there and have you be indecisive about, I don't know, where do you want to go eat? And I think Vuzanex agrees with me on that. Kurt Cobain test on Brandon Heron. No, I haven't seen that. That's some Joe Rogan shit, Harry Carey. Hold on 1 second. So, there might be scientific studies that nicotine increases testosterone. Um, I I don't think that's scientifically valid, and I'll explain why. Let me take a piss here. We're doing some convict shit. I'm talking to y'all while I'm pissing. This is what we do in prison. We're doing some convict shit. I'm gonna tell you why I believe the studies show that people that smoke cigarettes have higher levels of testosterone. I'm going to tell you why. Because people that smoke cigarettes come from working class backgrounds, right? A lot of times. A lot of times they're poor working class people that listen to like rap music and heavy metal and aggressive music. And they smoke. The very act of smoking a cigarette is to some extent an act of rebellion. It's an act of social deviance. Now, I'm not saying smoking cigarettes is a smart thing to do because it's obviously bad for your health, and then it's one more thing you have to pay for every fucking week. So it's not good for you financially, not just a health thing. It's one more thing that you need to be addicted to. That's not good for your, you know what I'm saying? It's not good for your wallet. So I think that people that smoke cigarettes are from a subculture that's more masculine, more aggressive, kind of biker, rap music, gangsta, just like, rock and roll. Think about the people that smoke cigarettes, right? So I think people that are inclined to smoke cigarettes just probably naturally are going to have more testosterone. I don't think it's the cigarettes giving them more testosterone. I just think that the subcultures of people that smoke cigarettes happen to be subcultures full of people that has higher testosterone. We know that external stimuli has a lot to do with testosterone production, right? So we know that, like I said earlier, in prison, being surrounded by big, strong men all day produces more testosterone. So think about people that smoke cigarettes. Where are you buying it from? Well, you're going to a gas station. And when you walk into a gas station, you probably see some pretty suspicious looking characters. Gas stations are kind of scary places, right? That might increase your testosterone. So the idea that there's a direct correlation between the actual act of smoking a cigarette and the testosterone, I don't think it's the nicotine itself. I don't think so. I think that that's incidental. That's my opinion on it, though. Yeah, I think it's basically like a placebo too. And I think, look, I think you're going to get more results that confirm this study because now men, because of Joe Rogan, they think they get more testosterone through smoking. So it's a placebo effect. You want to know? You want to know the best way to increase your testosterone? And I know this sounds crazy as fuck, but testosterone is a chemical that your brain produces, right? Testosterone is a chemical that your brain produces. So I want you to like lay down and imagine yourself as like a Viking, slaying shit, beating shit up. You see this dummy, this martial arts dummy that I beat up? That increases testosterone. Stand in front of the mirror in your bathroom and do power poses like, "Ugh," like, you know what I mean? Like say positive affirmations about yourself. Tell yourself that you're like a fucking man. It's really, really like just say positive things about yourself. When if a girl gives you a compliment, uh, remember it. Don't forget it. Like don't down yourself and oh that was an isolated incident. Let's erase it from my memory. No, hold on to it. If a girl gives you a compliment, remember, oh yeah, she says I'm hot. You'd be amazed how many guys are insecure and a girl gives them a compliment and they'll just forget it because oh that was an isolated instance and she didn't really mean it so I'm just gonna forget. You'd be amazed how many people like have this Elliot Rogers type brain. Like Elliot Rogers is like the perfect example of just a mental patient that thinks no woman would ever want him. And like, bro, this dude's dad is a fucking Hollywood producer and he's driving around town in a sports car and he thinks no woman would ever want him. He's just a fucking moron. You know what I mean? Elliot Rogers, you guys remember him. The Supreme Gentleman. Dude's a mentally ill nutcase. Because obviously women would want him. He should be pulling more women than me, really. But, I mean, it's not the reality. But, I mean, it's just... This is what this there's a mind virus. There's an anti-male, anti-man mind virus, and it's very strange because the single mothers did it to us, the teachers in elementary school did it to us. From a very young age, they tried to make us feel bad for just embracing our natural state of being and being men. Like they really fucked us. They really and I don't know why women did this, but I say I don't know why. They were given power. In the 1950s, women were slowly given more and more power. And women naturally want to pull the sexual masculine energy away from men. They naturally want to control it and divert it to their own purposes, right? And so they think that they don't like that energy, and they act and talk like they don't like that energy, but they secretly do like it. But it's this weird thing. I don't know how to describe it. And Sigmund Freud went into it, and Carl Jung went into it. Like psychoanalytic theory has gone into this very deep. But women secretly like want to sabotage masculine energy. But once they do, they lose all respect for the person they did it to. But if they don't do it, regardless of what they say, they have lots of respect for the person that they're not able to do it to. So when they see that it doesn't work on you, they instantly gain respect from you. It's crazy how that works, but yeah, increase testosterone by stressing your muscles and eating animal products and sunlight. Sunlight's good, squats are good. I mean, I don't really have a problem with testosterone. At least I don't think I do. I've always been very assertive and very, you know, um, but yeah, squats. Something about releasing lactic acid from your. I don't know how it works. I don't know the exact science, but also just a static squat. You know how there's the joke about the Slav squat? They say, Slavic people in Eastern Europe used to squat all day because there was no fucking chairs to sit in Eastern Europe because the fucking country was so poor. All the park benches that were built by the Soviets had rotted away, and there was nothing to fucking sit on because they didn't want to make park benches out of metal like they do in the West. So there was nothing to fucking sit on, and so the Slavic people living in Serbia, Montenegro, places like that, Croatia, they used to squat all day, and they say that that's why Slavic people, there's the joke of the Slav squat, but there's some fucking truth to it, that's really good for, like, something about that releases the shit from your testicle region, and it removes, like, something about lactic acid and the actual testosterone produced from the testicle region. It's good. Squats are extremely good. I don't know the exact science behind it, but they say that's a big part of the reason that Eastern European men were just like, whoa, and it's a it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because now the Slavic people joke about the Slav squat, and so I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But a static squat where you're not going up and down squatting, you just stay in a squat position, that will release a lot of that. Do you guys know about the law of attraction? I don't want to get too esoteric here. Do you guys know about the Hadron Collider? You guys know about how particle physics, the fucking particles react differently if they're being observed or not. You guys check out the Y-Files on YouTube. There's a channel on YouTube called the Y-Files. He breaks a lot of this shit down. There's fucking particle physics where if scientists are observing the particles, they act differently. So the universe appears to have a consciousness, an intelligence to it. There seems to be a code to it at the bare minimum. That's why a lot of people have been talking about simulation theory. I don't think it's a simulation. I don't want to get into the Lovecraftian concept where I believe there's beings that have been around for billions of years that are essentially aliens, and they've developed godlike capabilities to modify and control the universe to their will, and that basically religion is programs and the universe is the operating system. I don't want to go into that esoteric philosophy, though. There's so much to unpack there, But the point I'm trying to make is the law of attraction is real. And if you envision your goals and you fucking commit to them and you feel like you've already accomplished them, that's another thing. Picture how you're going to feel. So those of you in the chat, some of you guys might look at yourselves as incels, or maybe you just had a dry spell. Like, a lot of guys I know have just had a dry spell. They haven't had a girlfriend in 10 years or something. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to mentally picture how it's going to feel when you've got a girlfriend and she's in your bed and you're inside of her about to bust a nut. I want you to envision how that feels and feel like you've already achieved it. Feel like it's already happening. Feel like it's destined to happen. Feel like it's going to happen no matter what. And I want you to look in the mirror and say, yeah, this is going to fucking happen. It's going to happen soon, right? And I want you to visualize that goal, and I want you to tell yourself every morning that this is going to fucking happen. And it's the law of attraction. You tell yourself it's going to happen, right? And if you don't want to write female inmates, that's fine. I tell you what you can do. Go to your local Dollar Tree and find a girl that looks like she's in your league. Find like a chunky redhead girl or something at your local Dollar Tree. You're going to run into one, and you're immediately going to think of Jordan Jareb. Like, oh, this is one of those girls Jordan Jareb was talking about. Go to Dollar Tree, find a chunky redhead girl, and you're going to think, man, this is exactly who Jordan Jareb told me about. It's all part of the plan. It is, all right? And then what I want you to do is I want you to literally think in your brain. I want you to think, I want you to look at her in the eyes and think in your brain, you're going to be my girlfriend, basically. Don't say that out loud, but think that in your brain and look in her eyes as if that's what you were telling her telepathically, as if you had telepathic capability. And then I want you to say hi. I want the words hi to come out of your mouth. Just the words hello or hi as you're making that eye contact. I want you to say the word hello to this chunky girl that you know is within your league, right? I want you to think in your brain, literally think, you're about to be my girlfriend. I'm about to do all types of stuff to you in my bedroom. You're thinking that in your brain, but then the words that are actually coming out of your mouth while you're thinking that is hello. Okay? So you say hello, and you just see how she responds. She might say hi, and then she's picking up on the energy that you're putting out. The energy you're putting out is that you're about to go in my bedroom. You're about to be my girlfriend. That's the energy you're putting out, and she's picking up on that. She's not literally picking up on the telepathic messaging. You know what I mean? But I mean, the energy is still there. The confidence is there. So you've literally made eye contact with this girl. You are pretending to telepathically tell her, you're about to be my girlfriend. You're about to be in my bedroom. And then you just say hello, and then she says hello back. And then you just say, I think I've seen you here before. That's one. I come here all the time. I keep seeing you here. Did I go to school with you? You look familiar. Boom. Oh no, yeah, I do come here a lot, and then boom, you're talking about, and then there's something in the cart, those are Lay's potato chips. I fucking love those, the spinach dip is too damn expensive. And she's like, yeah, spinach dip is kind of expensive, that's why I get this. And you just start a conversation about some bullshit. And you'd be like, well, look, we see each other in here all the time. I live right down the street, what's your name? You got a Facebook? Boom. It's just not that difficult if you want to do that. Dollar General's amazing, guys. If you guys want to pick up a girl from Dollar General, it's better than Walmart. Walmart's too big. And then people at Dollar General probably live in the area. They're probably right down the street. So just start going there. Just start buying some shit at Dollar General or wherever you go. But I'm telling you, and again, so, if you don't want to write female inmates, I'm telling you should probably write female inmates. That's a better option. But if you don't want to do that, I want you to go to your local Dollar General, and you are going to see, when you go to your local Dollar General, a chunky, kind of overweight redhead girl with freckles, right? She ain't gonna look like no porn star, but she's gonna look kind of cute. And you're gonna think, wow, you're gonna have that longing. You're gonna have that longing to have her in your bed, and to have her as your girlfriend, and to not be alone. That longing is gonna hit you. You're gonna feel a little jolt in your dick. That longing is gonna be there. I know what that feels like. So you're gonna walk up to her. You're gonna wait till she's looking in your eyes, and you're gonna make eye contact with her. In your brain, you're gonna think, I'm gonna have you in my bed. You're gonna be my girlfriend. That's what you're gonna think in your brain. You're not gonna say that because that'd be creepy as fuck. That's what you're gonna think in your brain. That's the intention. That's the energy you're gonna subconsciously put out into the universe. And then you're gonna tell her. You're gonna say hi, and you just want to see how she responds. She's probably gonna say hi right back. It's not that hard. All right. So when she says hi, you've made eye contact. She says hi. You say hi. She says hi. And then you say, I see you here a lot. I come in here a lot. I see, you're always getting chips, or you're a big fan of potato chips, or just whatever. Just talk about, because if she's feeling the energy, it doesn't matter what the fuck you talk about. She knows what you're doing. She ain't stupid. The conversation is just the vessel. She knows. You ain't talking to her about them fucking potato chips, bro. Unless she's totally stupid, she knows you're trying to get her fucking number, bro, or her Facebook or something. You know what I mean? And in the worst case scenario, you're going to get that Facebook information, and then she's going to let you down gently. She's going to let you down gently later. But if this girl's in your league, she's going to, first off, if this is the chunky redhead that I'm telling you about, which you're going to run into this girl, and you're going to think, man, this is the girl Jared told me about. All of you guys are about to run into this girl tomorrow, basically. With sometime within the next 2 weeks, all of you guys are going to run into this girl. All the single guys in this chat. You're going to run into this chunky redhead. All right? It's going to happen. And when it does happen, remember, oh, that's the girl Jared warned me about. And then I want you to do this now. And it's going to manifest. It's going to happen. And I want you to tell yourself that it's going to happen, and it's going to fucking happen. Watch. And you're all going to have, I tell you what, some of you are going to meet me at my bonfire several months from now. We're going to have the bonfire party, and you're going to bring your girlfriend with you. And it's going to be a chunky redhead. Watch. All my subscribers are going to have chunky redhead girlfriends that they met at Dollar Tree. Because you're going to immediately, you're going to manifest this. And because you're not going to, it's going to be a chunky redhead you meet at Dollar Tree, because you guys are emotionally invested into me, and a lot of you guys, you hang on to every word I say, but you could do something other than that. It doesn't have to be the chunky redhead at Dollar Tree, but watch. That's what it's going to be, because Jordan Jareb said so, and because you said so, and because you feel like I've given you this energy, and then you're going to do this, and then it's going to happen. Watch. Just watch. I know this sounds batshit fucking crazy. I know you guys think this is batshit crazy, but you guys are all about to have chunky redhead girlfriends that you met at Dollar Tree. Because you're going to see that girl, because there's a million of them. You're going to see this kind of chunky, insecure redhead girl that dreams of being approached at a Dollar Tree. She's dreaming of it. She wants it to happen. She does. You know what I mean? And, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then you're going to thank me. And I'm like, I didn't fucking do that. You did that. You're going to thank me for this shit. And it's like, I didn't fucking do that. You did that. And then some of you are going to write female inmates. But anyways, force her onto the treadmill. Observador says, force her onto treadmill. Make her lose weight. Anyway. Being lonely doesn't make you an incel. Being a self-punisher doesn't make you an incel. I don't think there's that many incels, bro. I don't think so. I think that's a self-imposed label. You know how I just told you about the law of attraction? Nothing could be worse than labeling yourself as a fucking incel. Holy shit. Talk about a negative label. Talk about a self-imposed limit. There's women in wheelchairs right now that like that have mobility issues, that wish they had a man like that would hook up with them. And yeah, you mean to tell me you can't get a girl in a wheelchair? There's women in prison right now that wish men would write them. You mean to tell me you can't strike up a conversation with a female inmate? There's women, passport bros. There's women in third world countries right now that fucking wish they had a man that would travel to the country, take them home, I mean, come on, you got options. I mean, it's calling yourself an incel. That shit doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you call yourself that? I have felt ugly since a year after my wife left me. Well, I got good news for you, Eric. The good news is this. Looks is not important to women as it is to men. If you want a perfect example of this, look at the picture of the guy in the Marine Corps that got his face burned off by IED and his wife is still loyal to him. I mean, there's this one picture. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it, guys. I'm trying to figure out. There's a famous Navy SEAL that's face is messed up. And I can't really... This guy right here. There we go. His face is messed up. He's got battle scars. And then like even if he didn't have battle scars, is that a super handsome looking man? Is he? You know what I mean? Is that a super handsome looking man right there? I mean, I'm just saying, bro, you could put a chud in some tactical gear, and if he's got heart and he's a warrior and he's sure of himself, I don't know, bro. Is this a pretty boy right here? Is this a super handsome fucking pretty boy? Is he? I don't think so. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure his wife thinks he is, sure, but I mean, like, I don't know, these Navy SEALs and shit, and they got serious scars and scarring and shit on their face, and and I'm not saying that. I'm sure their wife thinks they look good or whatever, and I don't know, bro. I'm not a woman, so I can't really judge who looks good and who doesn't. But I mean, guys, it's just like, we're all just dudes. We all look kind of the same. I mean, we kind of all look. I mean, some of us have good haircuts, and some of us have a good jawline, and some of us are kind of fat, which that's something we can control too. We can fucking lose weight if we need to. But I mean, what separates men is the audacity that like being able to, the SAS motto, who dares wins. The SAS motto, who dares wins. You know what I mean? I don't know. Is that a particularly handsome man right there? I mean, I guess he's got probably a tough jawline or whatever, but I mean, there's a lot of ugly people that are just badass, is what I'm trying to tell you. You know what I mean? Another thing you'll notice about a lot of these pictures of these handsome men is it's about where notice how I shave my neck. Guys, you need to shave your fucking neck. And you need to shave it up higher than you think. Right? Like, you don't want to have a neck beard. There's little things you could do here and there to fucking not... I mean, you don't want to be a neck beard. You want to shave the hair on your neck. It's a bad look to not... if you have hair on your neck, it looks like you rolled out of bed in the morning, and it looks like all you do is play video games and you live with your mom. The neck beard is a bad look. Shave the hair on your neck. Line that beard up a little bit. You know what I mean? I mean, hold on a second. Let me show you. Neck beard. Again, it's also the camera angles, guys. So look at this guy right here. Why can't he shave this shit right here? I'm telling you right now, there's fat guys that would hook up with this guy. But look at the camera angle this guy took this picture from. It's just bad. And there's women that would sleep with this guy, bro. It's just the presentation is terrible. You know what I mean? Let's look at some other examples of guys that have neck beards. Okay, look at this. Look at this. You know what I mean? I mean, we're not getting great examples, but again, this is about how you groom yourself, guys. It's not, and you might have like the double chin thing going on, but it's, again, it's like you got to be careful. Okay, look at this. Look at this. You notice how this guy shaved his neck? You need to shave your neck. You know what I'm saying? And it's something I got to remember to do too. You guys need to shave your neck. I mean, this is the most basic fucking advice. You got to shave your neck. You see this? See? Neck beards are not a thing. It's not, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Unless you're the amazing atheist. If you're the amazing atheist, you can get away with a neck beard. That's one neck beard guy right there that every woman wants to fuck. I don't know why. You know what I mean? Get a neck beard and shove a banana up your ass, and then every woman will want to fuck you. You know what I mean? I don't know how the fuck that happened, but it did. All right, let's get all these crazy shit off the screen. This is just not, you know. All right, let's go to your comments. Let's go to the chat. What's going on, chat? Chat, what's going on? Maybe some people should be labeled as temporary incels. No, it's not. No, absolutely not. If anything, label yourself as going into monk mode. Tell women that you're that act like you want to avoid women. I've even seen guys do that. I've seen guys like, I do not want anything to do with women right now. You guys are no good, and that makes women chase them even harder. I've seen that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean, if anything, go into monk mode, self-improvement mode, and tell yourself that you're avoiding women on purpose. Like, if anything, but don't call yourself an incel, because you're probably not anyway. Well, it's a self-imposed label, bro. You know, because like, I guess you're an incel if you're in a wheelchair and your dick doesn't work. I guess you're an incel. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, bro. If you're morbidly obese and you weigh 700 pounds, if you weigh that much, if you're morbidly obese and you're like 700 pounds, that's gonna physically stop you from having sex. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to tell you that there's not certain extremes that are probably going to really keep you from having a girlfriend at some point. But for the average guy that weighs between 150 and 400 pounds, because even if you're 400 pounds, as long as you could still get around, and as long as you could still reach your dick, like, there's women that are that big. You get what I'm saying? So it's just not, it's not, like I said, there's certain shit that you can do to yourself to get to the point where it's not, but the very term incel is fucking stupid, man. You should not label yourself that way. Why would you give yourself a self-limiting label? Even if you could say that you have issues, you could say that you suffer from immaturity or whatever, and you could do all those things. And see, those are things that are tangible. Self-improvement, it's tangible. These are things you could work on. But when you label yourself as an incel, it's just like a fucking, I don't know. It's just like you've given yourself like a death sentence of mating. Like, you're never, like, no woman's ever gonna love you, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You get what I'm saying? Walk softly, carry a big stick. I walk loud and fight till I'm dead. Yeah. But that's that's the main advice I give to you. Um, so instead of calling yourself an incel, the incels out there, you should call yourself um a fucking a badass that the world just hasn't noticed yet. you know, call yourself something positive. I don't know. Fucking call yourself a an un an untapped well of brilliance and glory. Like it's really their loss that they haven't fucked with you yet. That's the mentality you should have. If you're like 19 years old and you're a virgin, I mean, first off, that was normal in like the 1950s. For like a man to be a virgin at like 19 years old, like in the 1950s, that was pretty fucking normal actually. That's what it was called, being normal, 80 years ago or whatever. But the thing is like I wouldn't freak out. I mean, I know a lot of dudes that see when I was in Republic of Florida militia. When I was in Republic of Florida militia, we used to be at the bonfires, and dudes would tell me all types of shit. People would confide in me as a leader. They'd tell me all types of shit. You know, one thing they used to tell me? I had guys tell me that they didn't lose their virginity till they were like 19 and 20. Yeah. You'd be amazed how many guys I've met that behind closed doors when nobody was looking, they're like, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I didn't lose my virginity till I was like 19. Yeah. You'd be amazed how many guys I know that didn't lose their virginity till they're like 19 years old. And it wasn't even because they couldn't. It was more like their parents kept them locked up in the house and they were unable to. That's really what it was. It wasn't for lack of ability. It was just their parents like really kept them from getting out. That's why a lot of men lose their virginity at like 18, 19 years old, because it's not until they get out of the house, like if you have restrictive parents that like don't let you go out at night and shit, then it's very hard to your parents are keeping that from happening. You get what I'm saying? So there's that aspect of it as well. Um, but yeah, I wouldn't freak out. I don't know. Can everybody in the chat tell me how old are you guys? I'm just curious. How old is everybody in the chat? Everybody, please post your age in the chat, please. I know we have some 30-year-olds in here. I know we have a couple people that are my age in here. I know that. Post your age in the chat, please. How old are you? We want to know. Jason Statham wants to know how old you are. We got a 35-year-old in here. We got a 26-year-old. Okay, so I want to ask Vovin, 35-year-old, without getting too personal. I don't want to go into like your personal life. You said you had like a dry spell? I'm trying to figure out which one of you said you had a dry spell. I want to see. Okay, so Harry Carey, he's 26. Harry Carey, have you had a dry spell or what's going on? You've been active. I'm trying to figure out where everybody's at. Officer Bador is 40. Wow, you're 10 years older than me. I'm just trying to figure out where everybody's at. Because I'm not going to lie, you guys that are 30 and 40, you're in a good position. You're really at your peak. Depending on who you ask, between 30 and 40 is kind of like late peak. I would say if you had your shit together in your 20s, if you had very productive 20s, then 30s are going to be your prime. If you're a normal person that was a lot of people in their 20s are like, I got all the time in the world. I'm going to put this stuff off till later. Those people don't really peak in their 30s. They peak in their 40s. But peak sexual marketplace value is like probably going to be like 30, 40-ish. So you guys are really peaking. Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Harry Carey said that he had the dry spell. Well, you're only 26. So how long's the dry spell been? Vuzinex is 25? Wow, I thought Vuzinex was older. Oh, Officer Bador has a girlfriend. Okay, that's good. Very good. Very, very good. Let me guess. I bet your girlfriend agrees with a lot of the shit I've been saying tonight. Probably not all of it. Because see, women are gonna be like, no, that's not really true, and then they know in the back of their mind, like, yeah, a lot of this shit. Oh, 2 years? That ain't a bad dry spell. I was in prison for 5 years. That was a dry spell. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say I was having sex with female officers. I came kind of close with one. There was this one female. It wasn't a female officer. It was actually a female kitchen worker that was really fucked up about me. And then, like, I had a feeling she was kind of trying to hook up with me. But yeah, I had a 5 year dry spell while I was in prison. You know, shit, I've had a bit of a dry spell waiting for Nicole to come home. So, I mean, that's not bad. um. Oh, Sarah Terra. Do we have a female in the chat? Who's Sarah Terra? We got. Oh, we got women in the chat. We got women in the chat that have been sneaking around. I knew we had. I know 5% of my audience is female. I know that. No, it's actually 5.9. I posted my analytics on my channel. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you my take on the Epstein list. Are you guys ready for this? You guys ready for my take on the Epstein list? And I listen. Listen, I'm coming at this from a position of. Let me make sure my battery's not about to die, guys. I'm at 56% battery. Okay. Guys, I'm going to tell you the honest truth of what I believe about the Epstein list. Okay. Okay. So, I know this girl. Her name is Lauren Wombles. Lauren Wombles, she was a porn actress. Her porn name is Aubrey Gold. All the gooners out there, you can look up Aubrey Gold if you want, or you can look up Lauren Wombles. That's her real name. She's in prison for like manslaughter against her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is abusive. She killed her boyfriend. Anyways, she was on Little St. James Island. She had sex with the son of a corporate executive from Lockheed Martin. Um, she had sex with like one of the board of directors of Cisco Systems, which they own a bunch of restaurants, like one of the main people that owns like Subway restaurants and shit. So like she had sex with a bunch of high-ranking, powerful, like including I think 1 billionaire is what she said. I think that's what she was saying, like a guy that used to be a billionaire, not a billionaire now, but a guy that used to be a billionaire. She had sex with. So she was on Little St. James Island, and I talked to her about this, and she might come. She might call on one of the streams. If I can get Global Telink money back up, me and Nicole might arrange that for Lauren Wombles to come on the stream. She might be willing to do an interview. I might be able to get her on. It's something I've been trying to make happen, right? But she was on Little St. James. She told me about there's a fucking bunker on the island. There's a bunch of buildings on the island. That island was like a little city, right? And there was all types of rich people and their families, and men were taking their sons to have sex with porn stars. And the reason they were doing this was the law of attraction thing I told you about. Apparently, it was a way of building up their sons' confidence with women, was to have them sleep with their favorite porn stars and shit, right? And this is literally some shit that was going on. You had some rich corporate executives bringing their sons to Little St. James Island so that their sons could have sex with these porn stars, right? And so I'm going to tell you what my take on the Jeffrey Epstein situation is. Because I talked to Lauren Wombles about this. I asked her opinion about this, and I concur. I agree with her about what she said. She told me that you have the heads of state of European countries, like NATO and shit. She met like the vice president of, I want to say Estonia or something like that. So I mean, she didn't sleep with the guy, but he was there. right? And so you have the vice president of Estonia was there. You had like a bunch of fucking European politicians were there. A bunch of people. A bunch of conservatives, a bunch of liberals, the most powerful people in Europe were there, right? She told me this. She told me flat out, and she was naming names too. She basically has the Epstein list. Lauren Wombles, aka Aubrey Gold, in Gadsden Correctional Institution in the Florida Department of Corrections. She basically has the Epstein list, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. They talk about the Epstein list. She can't confirm any of these names, but you can tell she was fucking there. And it's well known that she spent time on the U.S. Virgin Islands. She has the Epstein list, basically. She just can't prove it. So I'm letting you know, like if you want to really know who was on Little St. James Island with Jeffrey Epstein and all that, you want a comprehensive list. The closest you're gonna get, you guys got on the Securus app, right? You can contact her on the Securus app. Her name is Lauren Wombles, and she's a adult film star. And look, guys, the majority of the people on the island did not have sex with minors. I want to make that clear. That's another problem. Trump was probably on the island. Doesn't mean he had sex with anybody on the island either. Jeffrey Epstein, in my opinion, is a Israeli intelligence cutout. I think Lexi Bell was on the island too. So yeah, you got Aubrey Gold. Her real name is Lauren Wombles, and again, I personally know her. She's a famous adult film star, and she's quite popular at Gadsden Correctional Institution, and yeah, she's basically got the Epstein list. If you guys want the Epstein list, I don't really give a shit. I'm so tired of hearing about it. But if you guys want it so bad, I'm giving you guys the path on how to do it. If you guys basically want the Epstein list, I know who's got it. You go on Securus, and you go to launch, and then you go to compose. I showed you how to add contacts. The contact you want to add is Lauren Wombles, right here. This is her. You contact her. You know what I mean? You contact her. She's got the fucking list. Basically. She'll tell you about dozens of people that she knows was there. Lockheed Martin, Halliburton, Cisco Systems, AT&T, Amazon, Apple. I think Tim Cook was there. The Clintons were there. I mean, just a shit ton of people. I don't know if it was Tim Cook. It was Steve Jobs. I think. I don't know. This is I don't like. It was Apple executives. You had whole boards of directors there getting pussy, and you had shit tons of women there. You had Lauren Wombles was there. You had Lexi Bell there. You had like all these porn star girls there. Most of these dudes were not doing anything illegal, really. I mean, I guess they were having sex with these women that were paid for sex, but it technically isn't prostitution because the legal loophole was this. The girls go to the island and they get paid to be on the island. Right? And you have sex with whoever wants to have sex with you, and if you tell anybody no, you get kicked off the island. But you get paid a shit ton of money to be on the island. So technically you're not paying for sex. She's not being paid for sex. She's being paid to be on the island. But if she refuses to have sex with anybody that approaches her, she'll be kicked off the island. You get what I'm saying? So there's a legal loophole to where it's not considered prostitution because she's not being paid for sex. She's being paid to be on the island. But if she refuses to sleep with anybody for any reason, she'll be kicked off the island and thus won't be paid to be on the island. That's the legal loophole. And again, I know all about this, and quite frankly, I don't like. I'm tired of talking about it, guys. And the reason I'm tired of talking about it, I don't want a fucking bullet in my head. I don't want the Israeli Mossad putting a bullet in my head over this shit, bro. That's why I don't like talking about it. Because, and then plus, we don't even know who, like, we don't know who did what. Even if we get this list, I'm telling you right now, not everybody on that island was having sex with adult women, let alone underage women. Plenty of people went to that island just to go to a regular party. The problem with the island is you can think about, how my property is sectioned where I have where my inner circle hangs out. How earlier we were talking about my property, I got a section where my inner circle goes. I got a section for people that are not in my inner circle, and I got a section, like, only my inner circle gets to walk through this gate, okay? So imagine that, only instead of that, you have 12 different layers, right? And so you have the outermost layer where it's literally just a party. There's nothing sexual going on. It's just a get-together. And then you get approached and you say, hey, you want some party girls? And then you go into level 2. And then there's some party girls. Oh, yeah, some party girls, right? And they're all over 18. They're porn stars or whatever, right? You know what I mean? But what they might do is they might slip in one 17-year-old. And they say, hey, one of those girls is 17. Oh, shit. Well, now they got blackmail on you. And it's like, well, it's okay. You've already done it. You're fucked now. So over here we got some other girls over here, and it is what it is. Nobody's gonna know. You don't have to ask a lot of questions. Well, and so the person's already done it. So now they're fucking 16-year-olds. And then you tell them, well, you seem to really like them young, don't you? And then you funnel them into level 3, and you say, hey man, well, level 3, you want them you want them right when they turn ripe. You want some virgins? Yeah, now we go to level 3. And so Epstein was an intelligence operative getting dirt on people, bro. And he was actively making this shit happen so he could get dirt on people, right? Because he works for the Mossad. And it's not that hard to understand, bro. The Israeli government wants the United States. They want to have complete control over the United States because they're surrounded by enemies, and the only way their country can survive is if they have control of a world superpower. It's not that hard to piece together what the fuck's going on here, right? And I'm going to tell you the real reason that Donald Trump is not going to release this list. I'm going to tell you the real reason. The world would become, if it came out that all the corporate executives and CEOs and leaders of NATO countries and all types of shit, if you release that list, it will erode public trust in every institution. Corporations will implode. Companies will die overnight. You're going to have massive job loss. The economy is going to implode. The European NATO is going to fall apart. You can't release that fucking list, bro. And I know this is controversial. I know you guys are going to hate me for saying that. I know you guys are going to, and plus, even if you release the list, you don't know who did what. That evidence has been destroyed for obvious reasons. That the evidence is long gone. But if you want a general idea of who was there, talk to Lauren Wombles about it, bro. Go on the Securus app. And then this is the girl you want to talk to. Lauren Wombles. And I think they're okay with her running her mouth about this. And the reason I think they're okay with it is because they want a limited hangout. It's just like the UFO alien shit. You know how those shit. Guys, we're back. There was a brief disconnect. We are back. So I think they're going to allow things like Lauren Wombles. I think they're going to allow her to make her accusations, but they're going to be unsubstantiated. I think that's the closest thing you're going to get to an Epstein list is Lauren Wombles. And you can believe her or not believe her. So I'm going to say it again because the stream cut out for a second. But I'm going to say it one more time. The closest thing you're going to get to a Epstein list is Lauren Wombles. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get like the real list. You're going to get girls like Lauren Wombles are going to come forward probably in the next couple years, and you're going to find out who's on that. It's too big of a secret, bro. You're going to find out who was on the island. You're never going to know who did what. You might find out who Lauren had sex with because she'll tell you. But you're not going to find out who was sleeping with the underage girls. You're not going to find out who did all the weird shit. That's not going to happen, bro. They have destroyed that evidence. You have the most rich, powerful leaders of NATO countries, business moguls in the world. It would collapse the US economy if they release this Epstein list. This is why they won't release it. I mean, I don't know. I know that's not what you guys want to hear, but I'm telling you, if they released this fucking Epstein list, it would collapse the world's economy. NATO would collapse. It is a matter of national security. They can't release this fucking list, bro. However, the truth will come out. You're just not going to get... It's going to be like the alien shit, bro. It's going to be like the UFOs. You know how the truth slowly comes out about the aliens more and more? The UFOs and shit? It's going to come out. It's going to come out slowly but surely. You're going to hear more and more about who was there, especially after these people die and shit. You're going to hear more and more about who was there. But I know what happened, bro. These people had a meeting, and they said, look, man, we have dirt on you, and you have dirt on me. So you're not going to release this, and we're not going to release this. And all these rich people got together, and they said, look, man, we're not going to release this on you, and you're not going to release this on me. All these people are protecting each other, covering each other, and they made sure agreements have been made behind closed doors that all the evidence from Little St. James Island would be destroyed. So you're asking for a list that does not exist. Or if it does exist, it's been highly altered, redacted. You're not going to see any honesty with it. The closest thing, like I said, the closest thing you're going to get, ask Lauren Wombles who was on the island, and she'll tell you. You're not going to get an actual list. That ain't happening. Yeah, I mean, listen, the power structure, the players are changing. The boomers are dying out. That's another thing. Eventually a really based Gen Z is going to get into power someday, and they're going to try to release the list, but by then it's going to be, everybody's going to be dead. If there's even a list to be released anymore. You know what I mean? There's probably a list somewhere, but again, there was people that were on the island that never did anything, that never had sex with anybody, let alone underage girls. There's people that went to the island and they just sipped a couple beers and then they left. So I mean, like, you don't even know who did what. Trump was talking about how innocent people could get caught up in this. He's absolutely right. And then plus, the victims are being paid hush money and shit. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I think Lauren Wombles is being paid a little bit of hush money, or maybe she's not. Maybe they cut her payments off. Maybe that's the reason she's willing to talk about it. But I'm pretty sure most of the victims are being paid hush money. Maybe Lauren's not being paid because technically she wasn't a victim. I don't, because she really wasn't in the deep, dark section of the island. She was in the outer ring. She was in the completely legal part. Yeah, she already got paid, so I think they assume that she doesn't know much. It's another thing. And then plus, all the sex she engaged in was legal on her end, right? So that's another thing. She doesn't even know who did the underage girl shit. She doesn't know. You know what I mean? She knows who was there. She knows who she had sex with. She doesn't know who slept with underage girls, and she doesn't know that. You know what I mean? So that's just my take on it. That's just my take on it. What if I walked away from this computer, burnt this whole place down, and like just kept walking, and I just kept walking every day, begging people for money, and I moved all the way out to like Arizona or something, and just, you ever have some random thought experiment? Like, what if I walked away from this computer right now, never returned to this house, never returned to this property, literally just left all this behind, never returning, literally don't take my phone with me, don't ever call my mom again, and I just walk down the road, and I just make a journey all the way to like Arizona, and I leave my bank accounts behind, like I live like a homeless person. What if I did that? Like, you ever have like a thought experiment? Like, what if you just like literally just got out the house, just started, yeah, like a Forrest Gump run. Literally just left everything behind, go live like a homeless person, leave my house, and just like let all this rot, let everything just fall apart. I just had that weird, strange feeling right now. Like, and I'm not saying I don't have the urge to do it. It's not an urge. It's just like a weird thought experiment that randomly popped into my head as I went to go get this. This is a Monster energy drink mixed with like strawberries and blackberries and stuff. That's what this is. Those of you that were tuned in earlier saw me make this. "1776 will commence again if they try to take our firearms." Yeah, listen, I think they're gonna allow Lauren Wombles and people like her to speak. I don't think they're gonna kill her. It'd be too obvious. You know what I mean? And then there's honestly too many witnesses. You can't track all of them down. So anecdotally, like everybody, like if you do enough research, you kind of know who was on the island, bro. Like Lockheed Martin executives on the island, Cisco Systems guy, like you kind of know who was on the island. You know, I think even I mean a bunch of Hollywood types. You know, I think Stephen Colbert was on that fucking island, to be honest. Like, it just all the usual suspect people, you know? Yeah, you know, this is just kind of what they do, right? There's orgy parties and shit. And I'm not saying they had sex with underage girls, but this is just some rich and powerful people do this shit, right? You know, look at the Diddy parties and shit. Like, come on, bro, what do men do when they're rich and powerful? They have orgy parties. They fucking, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I told you guys earlier, but because of the sheer number and, you know, going back to my contacts, I have 14 pages of contacts of female inmates. Many of them are lesbians, and they're all kind of obsessed with me, and they think I'm the coolest guy ever. If I wanted to, I could make any sexual fantasy I'd ever want come true. I have the power to make any sexual fantasy I've, like, on some Hugh Hefner shit. I can make any sexual fantasy I'd ever want come true. I could probably have 4 girls in the room at the same time. Why? Because it's pretty simple. All I got, you know, like girls get out of prison, and then my phone will ring at like 7 a.m. Hey, I got out of prison last night, and you want to hang out? Me and my girlfriend want to hang out with you. I get texts like that all the time, and I'll say, I'm sorry, I can't. You know, I got a girlfriend. I'm with Nicole, right? So, I mean, how hard would it be for me to get 4 girls that know each other very well? These girls are, half of them are bisexual, and they all lived in the same dorm, and they did stuff with each other all the time. how hard would it be to get 4 girls that know each other to be like, hey, let's have like an orgy? It wouldn't be that hard because these girls, they all know me, they all like me, they're all bisexual, and they all think that they spent months like looking at my photos in prison, gossiping about me. I'm like a celebrity in there to them. So if I wanted to have sex with 4 women at the same time, it wouldn't be that hard. So I mean, like this Epstein shit, I just don't really like, like threesomes. I like been there, done that, right? Like I'm just not really. I have 2 girlfriends. Desiree and Nicole are my girlfriends. They're my wives. They're my future wives, right? I believe in polygamy, and so like but I don't. I'm not super driven by fulfillment of every single sex fantasy I could possibly have. I'm not sitting there thinking about that's not energy that I want to waste. My energy, my creative energy, I'd rather be creating YouTube videos. I'd rather be inventing new camouflage patterns. Like on my website. Perfect time to plug my patterns, right? My store has all types of cool camo patterns. Can you imagine if I was wasting time trying to fulfill every stupid fucking sex fantasy that I had? Oh, I'm going to get 4 girls at the same time. Yeah, I'm going to try to get Desiree and Nicole and this other girl Lacey Massey that I know cuz she said she'd be down, and then she's got a girlfriend too, so I can get 4 girls at the same time. No, bro, I have better shit to do than like, you know how much drama that is? Because if I had 4 girls come over to make that happen, they'd all want food. You know that, right? They'd all want me to feed them. And then they probably wouldn't want to do that shit unless they're drunk or smoking weed or something. Probably not. You know what I'm saying? They'd probably want to get drunk at the bare minimum. So now I got to get alcohol, and then now I got to get food, and now, like they're not going to want to leave the house. They're going to want to like stay here because a lot of them have housing problems when they get out of prison. They don't have a place to live. So now I've got a house full of women and they don't want to leave. So like that's a big freaking mess and I'd get no work done. And I don't want that. You know what I mean? So what turned into fulfillment of some little fetish or something has now turned into this. And then, one of those girls was probably maybe dishonest, and if there's 4 other girls there, she might think, oh, I can steal something and get away with it, and he'll blame one of the other 3. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just a fucking hassle. I mean, and then there's it's just a hassle. It's just a waste of time trying to treat your sexual fantasies like some kind of checklist that you need to check off every single fucking one. My God. Waste of fucking time. I mean, if you want to have a threesome or something in your lifetime, yeah, okay, that's maybe worth pursuing. If that's what you're into, if you've always dreamed of doing it, maybe do it, you know. But I mean, if you're 20 years old, I wouldn't be worried about that shit, bro. You should do that shit when you're fucking 40. And if you're already married and your wife's not down for that, don't even worry about it. It ain't that big of a deal, bro. It's not. I mean, it's cool, but it's also kind of awkward. It's a lot it's a lot less personal. It's a different kind of sex. It's a lot less personal than one on one with a girl. Like being with 2 girls at the same time is like it's a lot less personal, and it's fun or whatever, but it's not as intimate. It's not as personal. It's more like it's just something you do, and it's fun. But I mean, it's not really. You'd get tired of it if you could have it every single night. You'd actually get tired of it. You'd want even if you have 2 wives, you'd want like, okay, we're gonna one on one with this wife, and then we're gonna one on one with this wife. I'm telling you, bro, you'd get tired of having to concentrate on both of them at the same time over and over again. Like again, it sounds cool, and it makes for a good porno movie, and it makes for a good experience. Like if you're doing it one time, but I wouldn't I don't know, I just wouldn't obsess over that shit. I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, intimacy is, I'd rather, if you have a happy, successful marriage, I've met guys before that are like, I'm married, my wife doesn't want to have a threesome. Well, do you love your wife? Yeah. Okay, well, it is what it is, bro. That sex fantasy is not going to be completed. Do you love her more, or do you love the idea of you having a threesome more? Because she's not comfortable with it, so that's not going to fucking happen. That dog's not going to hunt. Certain kind of woman that would be into that, and I'm not gonna lie, I've seen that shit ruin relationships too. You know, in the case of Nicole and Desiree, they kind of fucking like each other, so it's kind of like it doesn't really ruin it. They kind of like each other anyway. And I don't think they're really bisexual either. I just think it's a prison thing. They all have girlfriends in there. I don't think they're really. I think most of those girls in there prefer men. It's just when they're in there, they get them a little prison girlfriend, you know. It's just something they do. Not all of them do it, but most of them do it. Anyway, no, I'm like I said, I'm not Epstein, and I'm not like anybody on that island because it's really stupid. You want to know what's pathetic as fuck about those people that went to that island for that stuff? What's super pathetic is these people have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to like fulfill sexual fantasies that I could fulfill for free. You know what I mean? Like shit, like I said, if I wanted to fulfill all my sexual fantasies, I could do it for free just based on the sheer number of female inmates that I know. And they're constantly getting released from prison because they don't have long sentences. Most of them are doing 2 years or less, right? So they get out of prison, they text me, and they're practically begging to come hang out with me. And I turn them down because I'm loyal to Nicole and Desiree. I'm not gonna fucking cheat on them, right? But they text me when they get out, begging to come hang out with me, right? Because they know I have this property and all these buildings and stuff, and and all the girls in there gossip about me and talk about. Did you hear what Jared did? Oh, Jared's selling camouflage shirts, and oh, Jared. Oh, apparently his YouTube channel. Cindy has a cell phone, and we watch his YouTube videos, and he's at 7,000 subscribers now. I'm only at 6,250 subscribers, but you get what I'm saying. Um, you know, some of those girls in there have contraband cell phones, so they'll watch it. Three of them will huddle up. There's probably one watching this stream right fucking now, bro. I bet you. If you're one of those girls, like, I tell you what, just post a funny emoji in the chat. If you're one of those girls in prison watching me right fucking now, please let us know. I bet you, yeah, I bet you there's one of the female inmate watching this stream right fucking now. You know? And they're going to talk about this if they are, right? And that's the funny thing. You'd think that they'd wise up to it and stop treating me like some kind of god. Cuz I've even told them this. Like, I'm not the ultimate man. I'm just a dude. And they're like, "No, you are the ultimate man. You take the time to ride us, and you're a survivalist and a prepper, and you were all over the news, and you used to be a militia guy, and we all love you so much." And it's like, oh my god, it's weird, bro. And and I'm not gonna lie to you. To be brutally honest with you, when these girls get out of prison, yes, they do lose the obsession over me after like several weeks. After several weeks of them being free, like they're no longer obsessed with me. But when they first get out, like their first priority is, oh, I gotta go hang out with Jordan Jared. I gotta go hang out with Jordan Jared. They lose the obsession with me after a few weeks, because then they're in the free world and they realize there's other men other than Jordan Jared, and they get acclimated to that reality. But when they first get out, their first priority is gotta contact Jordan Jared. And even though the obsession with me fades away, they still slightly it's residual. It stays there to some extent. Because I know like there's men out there that get obsessed with a woman and they start jerking off with they start jerking off to a woman's photos or something, or a porn star, and they develop this weird parasocial relationship with a girl, and they become obsessed with a girl that doesn't feel the same way. And part of her becomes part of your life in a way, even though this girl wants nothing to do with you, right? And so the same thing happens to these women in prison, is they get obsessed with a guy like me, and it's not just me. There's a couple other guys that are famous in women's prison, but I'm really the big one in Lowell and at Gadsden CI. In Florida, I'm the guy they're all obsessed with. And there's a couple other guys that they're kind of obsessed with, but not as much as me. I'm like the main guy with the female inmates in the Florida Department of Corrections. I'm one of the main guys they're obsessed with, other than actual celebrities. But I am one of the main guys, other than actual celebrities that they're obsessed with. But even when they get out of prison, that remains a little bit. Like, I'm always going to be a part of them. When you spend months talking about a person, looking at a person's photos, keeping up with everything they do, talking about, oh, Nicole's about to go home and be with Jordan. Like, it's like a soap opera. You know how women watch like The Young and the Restless? I'm a TV show to them. I'm like a soap opera to them. So like they're constant. Women are very like social creatures, and they always want to have like they love the video game The Sims. They always want to see what their Sims are doing. Right? That's why they like the celebrity gossip stuff. Oh, did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? Oh, what's his name? Got a new car, and it has this, and it has. So these women, the fact that I've sent so many pictures of myself into prison, the fact that when I was in ROF, I used to be in all the ROF propaganda with the secessionist prisoners unit stuff, and League of the South sent some shit in there too. They don't want to admit it, but they did. And I was in some of the pictures where I was with Richard Osell Snyder when we were outside the Secede billboard. That's when they first saw me. Um, and then we sent stuff in there as well. So again, it's fucking. These girls have been keeping up to date with what I've been doing for a very long time. And some of them have been in and out of prison. And so they have photos of me on their JPay. They get released from prison. They fuck up. They go back to prison. And the photos stay on their JPay from last time. They still have the photos from the last time they were in prison. And so they still have the photos of me. So it's like a familiar face. They've gotten out of prison. They do their thing. They go back to prison. They log into their tablet. And then they see pictures of me again. So I'm like this comforting person, and I'm like a canvas too. I'm like a blank canvas that they project all these positive feelings and emotions onto me. So every time they lock down for count, they go back in their cell and they look at pictures of me, and they're like, oh, there's Jordan Jereb. And I got like this calming effect on them, I guess. And they don't realize like this is all in their head. And the same thing that happens to men get obsessed with women with this type of shit. They build this huge parasocial relationship on Facebook or Instagram with this girl you barely know, and she thinks you're basically a stalker, but in your brain you've built this like construct where this is your future wife or something, and this girl barely knows you. You see how men do that? Well, when you write female inmates, this shit kind of happens. And they're fully aware of the fact that all the other girls like you too, but that makes them like you more. The more the other women in prison are talking about you, the more they're like, oh, all the girls like him. You get what I'm saying? So that's a force multiplier. The fact that all the girls in the rec yard are talking about Jordan Jereb, they're like, oh, all the other girls like him. He must be high value. And so again, that's the psychology of why all these female inmates are obsessed with me. It's not because I'm some badass. It's just because there's a shit ton of photos of me in prison, and they lock down for count, and they're always keeping up with what I'm doing, and Desiree tells them what I'm doing, and Nicole tells them what I'm doing, and some of them have contraband cell phones, and they keep up with what I'm doing, and they got pictures of me on their tablets, and they just get kind of obsessed because there's not that many other men to obsess about. They don't have that many other men to talk about other than like celebrities. Not that many men are writing them. So there you go. Yeah, other women can sense it. Not even if you just have a girlfriend, but if other women like you, women can sense it. It's pre-selection. So that's the thing. So I mean, it is what it is, guys. And again, I want to make something clear too. I didn't do this on purpose. This was all accident. I discovered all this shit by accident. So if you think I'm some kind of genius, no, I discovered a lot of this by accident. Because back in the day, Republic of Florida militia, they were sending in the propaganda and stuff. I didn't realize just how easy it was for a man to become famous in women's prisons. I didn't realize. You guys could do it. Now, granted, you'd probably need $300 or $400 to do it. That's how much it would cost. You would have to go on the Securus app. You'd have to be willing to spend $300 or $400, and you'd have to write a shit ton of these girls, right? And that's the kind of budget the Republic of Florida militia had for recruitment operations. And so a lot of the shit that was going in there had my name on it, had pictures of me on it, had me listed as the leader of the organization, and these women were looking at it. And slowly but surely, I was the subject matter on the rec yard when all the women would meet up. They'd be talking about what Jordan Jerab's doing. And it became this contagion where they all met on the rec yard. Oh, did you hear about Jordan Jerab? He said this. Oh, I heard Jordan Jerab got arrested. Oh, I heard Jordan Jerab got locked up. I heard he bonded out. Is he still on house arrest? Is he doing this? Oh, he was at Unite the Right. I wasn't at Unite the Right, by the way, but that was the rumor. And there was this girl. Yeah, I knew Jerab in real life. And we were at Unite the Right rally, Charlottesville, Virginia, and we were fighting Antifa together. And I was going to hook up with him. Turns out that girl's lying. I wasn't even at the Unite the Right rally. I wasn't even there. She definitely wasn't there. I think she was locked up while that was happening, So, I mean, again, the legend of Jordan Jerab is way bigger than I actually am in there. The girls in there think that I have millions of dollars, and it's not because I told them this. I never told them this. This is shit they make up. They go there on that rec yard, and if you don't really know what Jordan Jerab's up to, then you just make some shit up. If you're a girl at Lowell and you don't really know what Jordan Jerab's been doing, you just make it up. So they think I have a Ford F-150 Super Duty. I'm not even a Ford guy. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I've told you earlier on this stream, I'm not into Ford trucks. If you gave me one for free, I'd drive it. But I mean, fuck, I'm not into Ford trucks. I'm not gonna spend money on one. But again, all these rumors. Oh yeah, he's got a Ford F-150 King Ranch. Oh, he's got millions of dollars. Oh, there's so much shit that these women in these prisons think is true about me that's not, just because of these fucking rumors that they keep spreading about me. And then I tell these girls like, hey, not everything you heard about me in prison is true. They're like, oh yeah, some of it's probably exaggerated. They don't even care. I tell them, hey, that's not true. Like, a lot of that shit's exaggerated. I tell them that. And they're like, they don't care. Like, the fact that they've already heard it, it's weird. It's like, it's strange. The female mind. Strange thing, guys. No, I don't send them commissary money, Harry Carey. I don't. Other than Nicole and Desiree, I don't send any of them commissary money. Only thing I've ever sent them is JPay stamps so they could write me back. That's it. And I don't even do that anymore. I stopped doing that. And the fact that I stopped writing the majority of them because I just don't have enough stamps to just keep doing this all the time, it was just costing too much money. So the fact that I don't write them as often seems to make them even more obsessed. It's a strange thing. They need to get a psychologist up in that motherfucker. We got to figure out, like, this is a strange thing, man. You should have university psychologists at Harvard studying this shit. It is weird. It is fucking weird. But you guys could get similar results. I don't think you'd be able to do it as good as me because You'd still get good results though, but you got to understand, for me, it's like I'm a militia guy. I had a high profile case. I got a YouTube channel. I wear tactical gear. I've got tattoos all up and down my arms. Um, I'm like this weird computer nerd prepper guy, survivalist, military commando looking guy that used to be the leader of a militia. I've been to prison myself. Uh, I'm kind of a strange, kind of mysterious character. There's just like the aura, as Gen Z would call it. I've got like a major aura, and when you got a bunch of girls in prison that exaggerate shit and gossip, like the rumor weed on fucking Veggie Tales growing up, it's just a perfect combination to where you get this larger than life legend, where these girls think I'm like a fucking Superman, when I'm really just a fucking prepper computer nerd that used to be the leader of a militia and owns some acres of land and owns some building. And it's kind of cool. I'm not saying that I'm not a cool guy. It's just these girls think I'm way cooler than I actually am. And I tell them, I am not as cool as you think I am. I tell them that. And they don't believe me. They're like, yeah, you are. You're just being modest. I mean, it's crazy as fuck. I'll try to convince them, hey, like, you think I'm cooler than I actually am. I'm not that cool. And they're like, no, you're just being humble. You're so humble. You're so modest. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, wow. You know? But again, prison is an echo chamber. There's not that many men that write these women. So, and then also, yeah, you're right. I had a high profile case and I've been to prison, so there's like a true crime element. I'm like a bad boy. I've been to prison before too, but I also had an interesting high profile case where I was like the leader of a militia. They kind of were obsessed with Stuart Rhodes for a while, the leader of the Oath Keepers with the eye patch. The girls in there were kind of fucked up about him. They were like, "Hey, do you know him?" They kept contacting me wanting to know if I knew him. But see, like, I don't know Stuart Rhodes. I mean, I've talked to him before. I've never met Stuart Rhodes in person before. I talked to him online years ago. Years ago. The conversation went something like this: hey, you do your thing. The 3%ers and the Oath Keepers. We're gonna do our thing. Like, try to like keep your operations from interfering with ours out of respect. Like, that's kind of how the conversation went. Me and Stuart Rhodes that was the extent of our community. I don't know Stuart Rhodes that well. If any of you know Stuart Rhodes, tell him I said hi, I guess. Me and him are not particularly close. We just had kind of an agreement where I was going to stay out of his way and he was going to stay out of my way. Like, that's kind of the agreement me and him had. If you guys know Stuart Rhodes, can you please tell him I said hi? But I haven't talked to him in years. But these girls thought me and him were best buds. And they were kind of fucked up about him too, but you see, he's married. And see, they were reading about him in the fucking newspaper. So, anyway, I I hope I've given you guys some insight into how these female inmates work. I hope I've given you insight. I'm probably about to log off. I tell you what though, I'm probably gonna spend some time on Telegram. I really need you guys to send me a private message on Telegram if you wanna contact female inmates on Telegram. Then I need you to send me a direct message on Telegram. I'm about to conclude the stream for the night, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. If you have any last questions before I go, I'll answer them. I'm more than happy. I'll stay on for like another 10 minutes if you guys want. But I really need to get some work done and then go to bed here probably. It's 2 a.m. here, so But this is what I do. I stay up till 2 a.m. talking to my guys. The boys. I stay up till 2 a.m. talking to the boys. It's the boys, man. You know? Because this YouTube channel puts the audience first. We have a prepper channel that does survivalism, prepping, men's issues, video games. We didn't do video games this week. Sometimes I play video games on stream. Survivalism, prepping, life, men's issues. We'll do some women's issues when Nicole comes on here. Fuck it. We'll, like we talk about a lot of things, but survival is life. Every living being is in a struggle for survival. So I have a very wide spectrum on what I consider survivalism and prepping. You get what I'm saying? Because survivalism and prepping is just life to me. I think all of our ancestors would have been preppers had they had the food preservation methods and shit that we have now, to where you could just buy shelf-stable food straight off the, you know what I'm saying? All of our ancestors would have been preppers if they were able to be, like storing grain and shit like that. If you were able to do it, you did it. So all of our ancestors would be preppers if they were alive today. It's only this post-scarcity baby boomer mindset that, the baby boomers really derailed a lot of shit. But that's a subject for another video. And there's no offense to any boomers listening to this, because I know you're probably tired of. You can't click anywhere on the internet without hearing how bad boomers are. So I feel sorry for the boomers that are not bad. Because if you're a good boomer, then you're just constantly hearing about how bad you are, and that's not right either, because there's a lot of good boomers out there too. Like my neighbor Buddy, who's going to be helping me get to the bus station to pick up Nicole. He's a boomer. He's fucking cool as fuck. So not all boomers are bad. But I appreciate you guys. I know, you guys are probably falling asleep. I probably put a lot of people to sleep. Maybe not, though. I've got some Alex Jones vibes. I'm more Alex Jonesy than I am Stefan Molyneux. I'm more of an Alex Jones than I am a Stefan Molyneux if I had to choose between either one, as far as my style. But I'll see you guys next week. I've thought about doing this more than once a week, but I think Friday night's good. If you guys would be interested in me doing streams multiple times a week, that's something we could look into. But that takes away from my normal video production, and I don't think I want to do that. So, for the time being, let me put it this way. If we start doing this multiple times a week, it's going to be after August 3rd when Nicole gets out. I'll talk to Nicole. We can run this studio like a professional studio and crank out content every single day with Nicole, because she can act as a camera girl. We could do a lot of shit with an extra set of hands around here, right? Man, that's a dirty joke too. That's a dirty joke waiting to happen, isn't it? Anyways, I thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for supporting the channel, guys. Please buy merchandise if you can. If you can afford it, if you're not struggling, please buy merchandise from me of just something. Yeah, I don't care what it is. Buy something from me. There's something for everything on my store. If you can afford it, please financially support the channel by supporting yourself. Get some excellent camouflage equipment. We got Hawaiian shirts that are actually camouflage that don't look like camouflage to the normal person. We got a bunch of cool. We got this athletic looking splinter camo. I got rash guards. You guys are into martial arts. I mean, don't you want rash guards? These materials are made out of rash guard material. These are basically rash guards, guys. So you guys are into martial arts. I know that. I know my channel is into that shit. So I'm selling basically rash guards is what these are. They're made out of rash guard material. 88% recycled polyester, 12% elastane. I mean, or 81% recycled polyester, 19% spandex if you're in the US. That's rash guard material. That's what that is. It has a neoprene-y kind of feel. It feels amazing. It feels amazing. I've been wearing these all the time. These things feel amazing, guys. I'm not wearing one right now, but I've been wearing them. Great for doing yard work. Keeps me nice and cool. Pick one up, guys. And I got ones with cool designs on them. So you get camo and you get a cool design. Check it out. Make sure to check out the store. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for your support, even if you don't buy anything. If you don't got a shit ton of money and you can't buy nothing, don't buy anything, okay? Don't feel pressured if you don't have money. But if you have money, please help me out by helping yourself out, buying products. I'm not just begging for donations either. Buy some products. Get some camo. Rock the merch. Tell everybody where you got it from. Yeah, I got Jordan Jareb merch. You know what I mean? 100%. I thank you guys. I thank you guys for tuning in. You guys are amazing. I got the best audience on YouTube. For real. I got the best community on YouTube. 100%, hands down. Guys, thank you. I salute you. We'll see you next time. Jordan Jareb signing off.